Here we go. Yep. Cracking a cold one here. For the 20th Sea Monster live stream. Yeah. So yeah, really nice to have spooky season upon us, but Halloween season. But figured this one kind of came up. The topic of this particular stream just kind of came up out of the blue, or not necessarily out of the blue, but it was like something that I was gonna look into and be like, well, okay, I don't know if it'll be worth doing a stream on, but I figured I'd give it a watch. Of course, we'll be talking about Double Toasted, Corey Coleman, and Martin Thomas's like bad movie roast video on Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen, which came out like somewhere around the general proximity of when Transformers One was like making the rounds, or at least like when it was really making the rounds. It was good, King. Doing good, Antonio. Welcome. It's yeah. But yeah, like the video that we're gonna be covering will be on. It will be related to Revenge of the Fallen. But Double Toasted's video on Revenge of the Fallen, which I wasn't really. I kind of looked into that video, or at least I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched like a good chunk of it, like enough of like a good, like some good chunks of it to at least kind of get like the general idea of it. But we're gonna go through the whole thing systematically because what I saw, I was not impressed by it, and the more I thought about it, the more frustrated it just started to make me feel. Say, oh yeah, it's kind of it's one of those things. Yeah. Yeah, so sent the StreamYard link. Yeah. Yeah, figured I'd start this early because the video that we're going to be covering here, it is going to be a long video. It's like an hour and 11 minutes. But there are going to be like we should be able to streamline it as much as possible, mainly because there's some points that they make in the video that they're kind of like either hard for me to disagree with, or at least anyone guest that may come on, or there's parts that just like, okay, yeah, they're just kind of further reinforcing their points, mainly just kind of involving comedy in Revenge of the Fallen, the comedic relief moments, which it's kind of valid as far as like a take on the movie not having the most sophisticated humor. Let's just say not exactly peak fiction, one may say. And there is even a section of the video where we could just skip entirely because it doesn't really have anything to do with the movie itself. So even though it's a long video, it's not going to be. We should be able to get through it relatively. I'm not going to say quickly, but we should be able to get through it in a much more streamlined fashion than if we were like covering something like a lot more with something with a lot more meat to it, to cover, like whether it's like EFAP's caught on video or what have you, where they could bring up a lot of points here. Is C Animus going to be here? I'm gonna see if I can send him it. If he wants to join, I'm not sure. He's not really as into Transformers, and plus he's like it pretty much would be. He probably wouldn't really have a whole lot of insight into it, which is fair enough. Um, you know, but yeah, I'll see if I can see if he can come on because he told me back in the he did say he did watch Revenge of the Fallen at some point, but it was like a long time ago. Maybe there might be some refreshers for him on that front, but yeah, I'm not sure. I guess I'll just send the link, see what happens. But I guess in the meantime, while we wait for some more people, um, this coming Monday, 2 nights from now, um, I will be hosting my Dark Universe Universal Monsters pitch stream, where we would basically kind of pitch ideas for what we would do for a modern Universal Monsters universe. It could either be right from the ground up, like its own continuity, or it could be built off, spinning off from a pre-existing continuity. Like if someone wanted to build a universe off of the foundation of, let's say like the 2004 Van Helsing movie with Hugh Jackman, they could do that. If they want to build a universe off of the Dark Universe attempt from 2017, The Mummy, spinning off from that, they could do that as well. Um, yeah. There we go. Okay, so thank. Yeah. Yeah, it's for like Monday evening. We'll be doing that stream. Got like some people who are gonna come on who are quite interested in doing it. And I think I've even seen like a couple of people I was saying, at least like given like a general like title or something of that nature of their pitches. But yeah, it's I'm definitely looking forward to it. It'll definitely fit with Halloween season stuff. Not that spooky season happening or not happening is like much of a deciding factor whether or not I would do a stream on anything Universal Monsters related. But yeah, I figured it would really fit. Is like, hey, how about I do a pitch stream for something, you know? So yeah, if anyone wants to stop by on Monday evening, 2 nights from now, the 14th, um, yeah. Question, but interested in reviewing Kaiju number 8 in the future. I kind of have to get around to that at some point. If I were to review it. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, it's just that it might. It's just like life and all that. It's like doesn't really give me a whole heck of a lot of time, and plus I already have like some content that I'm trying to finish up here, like my Renfield and Last Voyage of Demeter video, which is getting close to being done. I'm definitely making sure that it's going to be done during this month and put out this month, but it's just kind of been taking a long time, or pretty much longer than I would personally like, but it is what it is. But yeah, Kaiju number 8. Okay, it's a manga series. I would have to like figure out a way to even find time for it. So like Cinema Massacre, it's like I don't have time. I don't really have the time like I used to. But yeah, like I could see myself looking into it, sure, but I I can't really make any promises of when that would happen. Um, Looking into Kaiju number 8, but yeah, we'll see. See if we do it. Hey Vic, how you doing? Yeah, yeah. I figured I'd start this like I pretty much initially had this like scheduled for 3 o'clock, but I figured you know what, start a few minutes early. Try to. Why not? Why not? Ah. Yeah. As far as like the video that that we're gonna cover here, I guess it kind of depends on if I'm just playing it through my phone speaker system. It would just be doing kind of like how I did Double Toasted's Cotton video, or if like any guest that's gonna come on here will would be able to do a screen share of the video. And yeah, I would kind of yeah. I do. There, we do have a strategy here in terms of how we're going to tackle this video. But I do at least have some, mainly due to the length. I can't really promise in terms of like if there's a strategy for like some of the dumb shit that they may say in the video, which that's kind of like why, which is kind of why we're covering this video actually. Okay, we got a guest coming up here. Vic, how you doing?
Doing good, doing good.
Nice. Yeah. Uh, yeah, we're just kind of waiting for maybe some more people to come on because hopefully this will be a decent turnout.
Mm.
So how familiar are you with the subject at hand here, whether it's the Double Toasted or at least like Transformers 2? Oh, we got another guest coming on here. Minecraft, getting him on here. Minecraft.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. I'm just playing Minecraft at the moment, appropriately.
Nice. Ah.
Yeah. How have you been?
I'm doing okay. Doing well. Just kind of trying to finish up some videos. At least one to put out for this month. It's kind of a bit arduous, mainly because of just life, really.
Yeah, fair. Fair. I've had 3 essays given to me by my school that I need to work on.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Feel you. I feel you. So, yeah. So, I guess to get into in topic here, how familiar are you guys with the subjects at hand? Well, the subject of the video at hand, which is Double Toasted's video on Revenge of the Fallen, the second famous film.
Well, the movie itself needs no introduction.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
Uh, I have not seen this video myself. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've seen like chunks of it, and not exactly the whole thing, but I have been, but there's definitely been points in the video that that would just make me go, you know what? I can't help but think that this could be an interesting video to cover because like it's one thing, yes, and yep. Oh no, Antonio, he's directly below the scrotum. Oh no. but yeah, it's not so much them trashing Revenge of the Fallen or dunking on it, because like that's the issue. Like, because like Revenge of the Fallen, that's like well, yeah, it's kind of one of the like a very obvious example of like a Hollywood sequel that just kind of that
It's a
got
very
quite
easy punching bag,
it's a very
which is
easy
hilarious
punching.
considering 4 and 5 exist.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess like because Revenge of the Fallen was like was almost like a pioneer in a sense for that Age of Extinction and The Last Night, despite arguably being worse, they just kind of went under the radar. It's just like, oh yeah, it's just more another bad Bayformers film. What else could we expect? Whereas Revenge of the Fallen was kind of like there was like a shock value that Revenge of the Fallen had that Age of Extinction and The Last Night didn't have. I mean, Age of Extinction maybe a little bit of shock value, and then The Last Night just came and went.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say,
yeah, everybody just saw that following Age of Extinction and thought, yeah, no.
Yeah, but yeah, like Double Toasted trashing Revenge of the Fallen isn't exactly why we're here, but rather how they trash it. Let's just say, because like it's one thing to have like a valid a viewpoint of something that's like quite understood and pretty like, let's just, for lack of a better word, it's kind of almost accepted. But how you get to that point is arguably just as important, if not more so, because you could have like a lot of like like there were points in this video where it's like, even though Corey Coleman pretty much not only revisited the film recently to make this video, to make this part of episode of their stream, their podcast, which this video is derived from, but also he has the movie in hand on his monitor, so like he can literally just pull it up and play clips, for context, and yet they still like they still get like things wrong about the film, even though it should be pretty obvious. Like it's not like there's any ambiguity of like the information being there, aside from, well, I mean, obviously some unclear bits of plot here and there, but for the most part, like what information you do get, it's like yeah, I mean, it's pretty spelled out to you. oh, but
Right? So it's another fish in a barrel thing.
yeah, it's kind of like a fish in a barrel thing. Yeah, but except for some reason they don't seem to hit the fish, or at least not as much as you would think they would, especially considering that they've been reviewing movies for years.
Okay. Considering our track record with these, and especially with the context of Double Toasted's King of the Monsters review, I'm expecting something interesting.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Yeah.
It feels weird to be doing one of these for Transformers, though, especially on this channel.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, might as well cover that base at least, since I've just started covering it since Transformers 1, or at least the discussion stream on it. So
yeah.
Figured that makes sense. All right, so now I'm just trying to figure out how we're gonna stream the video here. Just like, I don't know if there's like any way to like screen share it, or if I'll just have to play the video from my phone.
What are you using right now to stream?
I pretty much use my phone.
Oh, so you're like streaming from your phone right now?
Yes. Yeah, that's kind of how I've been doing it.
How did you do the last ones?
I typically a guest would do screen share.
Yeah. Maybe when Animus shows up.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
I could try doing it if you want. If you want to test it out.
Yeah, we
Um,
could test it. We could test it out because I don't
Yep.
think Cianimus is going to show up for this.
Dang it.
I mean, I sent the StreamYard link to him just in case, but
Yeah.
you know,
And
but so far I haven't
I know
heard anything.
Kajikuru is not going to be here, so that.
Yeah. But yeah, either way, should be interesting. Out of topic question: do you guys know Chainsaw Man?
Yes.
Somewhat, yeah.
A little bit, maybe.
My 8-year-old brother watches the show, so there's that.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely would help for us to do like screen share of it because there is like like some of my points that I would try to make, in response to this video would do kind of like, like seeing what's on the screen like visually speaking, would kind of lend to some of the points. So there is,
Yeah. I think what we did last time was Animus downloaded the video and then shared it from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you want, I have the video pulled up here on YouTube.
Right.
If you want, just try and see if the screen sharing for me works because I'm on a like PC laptop.
All right, we could try
So
that.
I have it just pulled up on
From
tab.
what I remember, it works best with two monitors. Do you have a second one?
No.
Let's see if we could still try it.
Yeah, we should give. We'll pretty much give it a whirl.
And can't hurt to give it a shot.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just keep an eye out for when the little notification at the bottom, the StreamYard StreamYard screen, for when the screen share's ready. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I figured I would start the stream pretty, like a little earlier than usual because the video is a bit of a long one, but there is there's going to be some sections that we'd be able to breeze right through, and there's like even one section of the video that we could just kind of skip entirely because it's not relevant to the film, really.
Fair enough.
But so that should streamline it as much as I figured like if we can't make it short, we should then at least like as streamlined as possible.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like I'm ready to share. Do I just like share it as normally and then you'll just put it on my screen or?
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like Okay, here we go. All right, I see it. Here
Let me
we
know how that
go.
looks.
Here we go. Yeah, it looks all right. Yeah, all right. There we go.
I can't hear anything.
Funny, because I'm hearing it. I can hear it on my end.
Years ago, we talked about a little movie back when we were on
Can you pause it?
Spirit.com.
Yeah, I can hear it on my end. So
Yeah, I got it on my end too.
All right. So do you want to just start out and see how far we get?
yeah, and I will say we probably like when they start playing because they will show clips from the movie itself, and they like fairly liberally even. So I recommend like pausing it a couple seconds, because otherwise, as Zim would put it, like YouTube or Paramount or whoever will slap my nuts.
Yeah.
Then do you want let's see. Do you want like a what kind of speed do you want?
I don't. I don't know. I don't think we necessarily need to do the speed change. Just kind of, just kind of do a couple pauses for copyright, mainly during when they show clips from the movie.
Right. And then I'll go full screen on here.
Yeah. All right.
All right, I'm gonna start playing. Just let me know when to pause. If you want to do like make a commentary or something.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. We can do that.
All right, you ready?
Ready.
Ready.
Past Corey watched that movie and said, you know what? This is not a good movie, but I do admire some things, and you know what? I want to respect the hard work and the craftsmanship, not necessarily the director, but of the other people that worked on this, all the
Okay.
special effects artists and
Okay.
all the
Hold
people
on. Yeah. Okay. All right. So right out the gate, that's already like pretty shitty to just be like, not the director. The director didn't work hard on this, but the special effects people and all that. It's like Michael Bay's the guy who was like getting people to
Why?
do the scene.
How do you think? How do you think the special effects people worked this hard?
Yeah. How do you think that the action scenes are put together? Like like getting people staged up and to have explosions for the explosions and all that, for people to do certain things. It's like that's the director. The director is the guy kind of like orchestrating. It's kind of like like John Williams, like with conducting the London Symphony Orchestra. Like he's the guy getting everybody else to everybody in the like positions and to kind of like do what they and just kind of like do what is like laid out.
Yeah.
Like you can't just say like, oh, Michael Bay didn't work that hard on this. It's like, how do you know that? How
How
do you
do you
make that
know-
statement?
How would you? How like? Okay. Did you think the VFX artists and practical effects workers had no guidance to this film?
Yeah,
If so, what possessed you to think that?
exactly. I wouldn't even. This is something that I wouldn't even say about the people who make like some of the worst entries in the MCU as of late. Like I would never say that Sam Raimi didn't work hard to try to make Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness the best movie he could. It's not his fault that the script is garbage, or or at least most part.
Like whether or not it's successful, and while we have our qualms, I agree with Braden on this. While whether or not it's successful, there's still a whole bunch of effort. There's just as much effort put into VFX as practical effects, and so like, and the director is a gigantic part of that.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not going anywhere without him. Without him, her, them, whatever it is.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, already off to a fantastic start with this video.
Right off the bat, we're just missing Michael Bay.
Yeah.
That
anyway,
did the practical effects, because there's so many explosions and things in here. And I say, those people deserve some credit. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a rental for them. Future Corey said, and me too. What the hell were you? What, Corey? Corey, what were you thinking, man? I've seen a lot of movies and came back and said, wow, that was worse than I remember. But god damn, after I really saw this and went through the whole thing and saw how bad it was, I went to my bedroom and just flogged myself. Just sitting up here saying that dumb shit.
Yeah, as well you should.
Yeah, all y'all should have threw me on the ground.
Yeah, I just want you to keep in mind, he said that he watched this movie again to prep for this. Like he just said it right there. Just to remember that. It's like a how do I put it? It's like a telltale game or something like that.
They
It's
will
like
remember.
this character.
The character will remember this.
Yes. Anyways.
All right.
Going to ground and gang beat my ass.
Just stomped you out.
You
Well,
stomped me the hell out, man.
You know how sometimes you like to be fair.
Well, you know what? Y'all should have gave me a good and fair ass whooping for this. This is Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen. Is this number 2? Or
Yeah,
it's
2.
number 2.
Yeah.
And what we have here, so this is about not a goddamn thing. This is one of the biggest problems with this movie. Now, you can make all kind of excuses if you want to for this movie. This was made during a writer's strike.
Yeah.
And
so it didn't have a real script.
But, you know, when you look at a movie like this, you say, was not just one writer available? Michael Bay said, yeah, me.
So the writers that were credited for this movie are Alex Kurtzman, Roberto Orci, and Aaron Kruger. So there were writers for this. It's just that they were like, you know, I don't really have the whole context, but those are the guys that were sort of credited. Maybe Michael Bay even had some hand in it in terms of the writing here and there, because of the fact that they were trying to like work with whatever they had in terms of writing and just go. It is like go, which terrible circumstances to make a movie. Like we see that. I mean, I mentioned Multiverse of Madness. Like that movie, you know, it's fascinating, like how they literally were just writing the movie as they were filming it. But
and that's something that we see a lot with. That's something we see with a lot of bad movies.
Yeah,
but you were saying that?
Yeah, I think there also might be a correlation with like having multiple writers on a movie. Like maybe that can be a bit of a conflict.
Yeah, I mean, usually, maybe, but even then, it's not like. Usually, even then, it's not like that happens like all the time, really. But let's just say like the tumultuous circumstances for the writer's room in the case of something like this, or your like average Marvel movie, you know, average post Endgame Marvel movie at least, you know, that those kind of like that would definitely have a lot more of a deciding factor of how the writing is going to hold up. But yeah, it's kind of funny that they say like, "Oh, what's this movie about?" Not a damn thing. When it's like, no, I mean, there is something there. It is about more. It is pretty much just another. It's just about the Autobots and Decepticons. The war continues, but there's like a more ancient sort of thing going on that's uncovered, and you know, and they just fight over that really.
Yeah, that's kind of the big deal with this one, because like it's also massive revelations about Earth's history that completely go against the lore of the movies, but that's a different topic entirely.
Yeah. Yeah, and it only gets worse as the movies progress, especially when you get to 4 and 5. That's where
boy.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Boy.
Like 5. Like I mean, here's the thing. Like
4 and 5 looked at the continuity of the Bayverse movies and just said, "What the fuck is that?"
Yeah, I know, right? Like, yeah, 5 just like 4 does a major retcon in terms of like the Transformer origins. You know, from what we understood since the first movie, like completely upends it. And at worst, and at best, like convolutes it all the more so because now we have to, because like at that point you would just have to be required to you try to do like head canon or you know or just kind of like mental gymnastics to try to like connect like, oh, maybe the creators use the Allspark and all that, but yeah, and then you get to Last Night, it's like it's a clown show times 100 in terms of continuity.
You get to Last Night and just say, screw it. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done. Well, okay,
Yeah.
everyone said I'm done before last night even released.
Yeah.
Do you guys like Dark of the Moon? Or
Yeah.
Dark of the
Oh
Moon's
yeah.
fun.
I really like Dark of the Moon. Dark of the Moon is arguably either my second or third favorite of the live action movies. I
Yeah.
really dig that movie. Like that one, there's some in terms of like how they establish continuity for the backstory for that particular film. It convolutes things a little bit more in terms of like the Decepticons like overall like end game, where it's just like they were going at the Allspark, okay. Now they're looking for the Sun Harvester, which was there the whole time. And now you have like this whole other plan going on involving Sentinel Prime and the Pillars or what have you, and just bringing Cybertron to Earth. And it's like, Pointless Hub kind of makes a good point of like, why wasn't this the plan from the get go?
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's definitely not as damaging to the Bayformers continuity, such as it is, as the films that came later.
Cyber was permanently turned off by Pointless Hub because he insulted Goji Center, apparently.
Oh. What for?
Like,
What did
the whole thing was in the Kong Skull Island review. It was you can't rationalize Kong's growth in the Monsterverse. Yeah, no. How are you gonna island dwarfism? Fine. That still doesn't explain how big Kong gets later down the line. It's like Goji Center tried that. Granted, I have my own problems with him.
I don't know. I looked at that and I think it makes sense as to why Kong grew.
Yeah.
I don't even think like the whole Suko thing of like why is Suko so bigger than Skull Island Kong. I think people make too much a big deal out of it. With some common sense, you can understand why Suko is the size he is.
That would have to be a discussion for another day.
But it's also but like Pointless Hub described it as for Kong, it's like if a grown man just stayed looking like a grown man as he continued to get bigger, as he aged. And yeah, I can kind of see that. Anyways, back to Revenge of the Fallen.
Yeah.
All right. So we get to go back.
No, if we could just move forward.
Yeah. But good to go. All right.
What I mean by writing, I'm just gonna skim through some shit. Y'all can just use my notes.
Right. He even admitted, like, well, we have sort of a treatment, if you want to call it that.
I think he made a word.
He did. He made some kind of portmanteau.
Screetment?
Screetment or something like that.
I think he meant excrement. The Transformers have been on Earth for a while fighting a war between the Autobots and Decepticons. Any OG fan can tell you that. But little did the Autobots know that the Decepticons had this dude called the Fallen, who's been on Earth apparently before anybody.
Yeah. Before humans.
Yeah. And he says, I don't know why I'm on Earth, but I hate all you motherfuckers here. Every human. And you know what? Just for no reason. He's like, you know what I'm gonna do? He's like, and he says, it's a crazy ass place. Like, you know what? I'm on y'all know the pyramids? I built that shit.
Just so you know.
Just so you know. I built the pyramids around this device. So at the right time when...
Okay, so the Fallen did not build the pyramids. Him and his followers built the Sun Harvester on Earth. Humans, they just kind of built the pyramids over that. Which I mean, granted, they don't. It's only kind of like when you watch it, it's like, okay, yeah, I guess maybe you could cut, like, if you wanted to fill in the blank, you could say that humans kind of like are kind of like aware of the Sun Harvester for a while, like ancient humans from ancient Egypt. They built the pyramids on top of it to hide it. Let's just say, but I mean, it's not a great explanation. But the Fallen did not build the pyramids. He just built a structure that happened to look pyramid shaped.
And would happen to be buried beneath the pyramids itself.
Yeah. Anyways. Vic?
Yeah. You're good to go?
Yes.
Yeah, we're good.
Awesome.
And somebody decides to wake my ass up, I'm gonna crack open the lid of this pyramid, point my at the sun. I'm gonna goddamn Jews out here. Hold on. I'm gonna point my device at the sun and bring that shit down on Earth and just kill everybody.
Why don't you do it now?
Yeah, why? Yeah.
and when you bring the sun down, you will kill every human. You will also make this planet unlivable for yourself.
Yeah. Well, that's apparently that's what they do. They drain planets.
Mm-hmm.
So that they can make energon, and again, fans will know, energon has always been the source of power for the Transformers, Autobots, and Decepticons. So they say they drain planets, but they drain planets that don't have any life on them. But that's where the Decepticons are like, fuck life. We want what we want.
We ain't waiting around.
Now so cool. The Autobots are all about life. Decepticons, of course, are evil and not. But the question needs to be asked is, how does bringing down the sun to the earth create all this?
Because you're like, man, if you want to wipe out human life, there are easier ways.
But it just looks so cool.
Right.
When I bring the sun.
I've been this plan for 5,000 years.
I already built this shit all right. I'm gonna use it.
Right. I ain't gonna waste this shit.
Because like, does Michael Bay know that like the sun is like this and the earth is like this compared to?
No, he doesn't. No, and don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so granted, here's the thing. The film itself doesn't show how the sun harvester is supposed to work, how it's supposed to destroy the sun, because otherwise, the movie would end very differently, let's just say. But here's the thing. It's weird, and so here's this is the first big point that I want to say against like Corey watching the film. Well, and whether or not he even watched it, like rewatch it. It's that, like, during that little scene where Jetfire is like, providing exposition, he says like, the sun harvesters harvest energon by destroying suns. And then there's a point where Leo, one of the granted, one of several comic relief characters, but like one of the ones that's more prominent, that Sam's roommate, let's just say, he says, "Oh, you mean like blow them up?" And Jetfire says, "Yes." So drawing in the sun towards Earth is not the same thing as just blowing it up. Now, how they would get the energon from where the sun used to be after blowing it up, that's kind of like a different story entirely. But that the fact that the film did sort of clarify that the sun harvester destroys suns by blowing them up and somehow harvesting energon from the remnants of that, it is not that, like, it's weird that they missed that Corey missed that, like you're doing a whole episode on this movie, but you didn't think to take notes on that, especially if you're going to be it's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you got? Anything else?
No, not really. I think you basically put it succinct. Granted, it's been a bit since I last saw Revenge of the Fallen, or really any of the Bayverse films. I'm just going off of memory.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, continue.
Care. What is this, a fucking physics class? No. This is a dumb robot movie.
It's just funny to have all these adults running around saying like, yeah, he's trying to bring the sun down here, and nobody goes like, you know what? Just stop. Let's see. Let's watch this. Let's see what happens.
Ooh, I won't show y'all. It's gonna happen.
Hold on.
Give it a gas up.
Oh, you gonna get it?
Where y'all going?
That shit ain't working.
As you can see, they had no ideas thought through at all. But Michael Bay says, "When have I ever?"
Right.
All I need is a box of dynamite, some special effects, some hot ass girls.
Yeah. Don't forget.
Yeah, you got a Michael Bay special on your hands,
Yeah,
right?
well, look,
Extra cheese.
the first movie was a lot of running around because we got to get the thing that's over there.
Yeah.
And this movie, they say, "Okay, we need to try something different. You're gonna run all over the globe to get the thing that's over there.
We're gonna go over there, down there, over here to get the thing." They're like, "How many things you going after?"
Right.
They don't even know.
They don't know.
They just told me to go over here. Okay.
There's like 3 different MacGuffins in the movie.
It means nothing.
No, they don't.
It means nothing. You can get all the maps you want to, and they all lead to nowhere.
Come on, you better back there.
Yeah. Don't do that.
Where you going to find it?
Where you going, bitch?
Did you say to pause it or no?
I was gonna say to like pause it because they were playing some of the because the trailer was playing some of the soundtrack from the first movie. Yeah, so I'm a little worried about that. But yeah, what were you saying, Minecraft? You were saying something, Minecraft. Well,
Yeah, there's like 3 MacGuffins in the movie itself. If I recall.
Yeah, there's like you got the shard of the Allspark shard, or actually, could that count as a MacGuffin, or is that like the thing? Like, I guess you could say it's.
You can probably count it.
Yeah, you can count it. Sam himself is pretty much a MacGuffin. Let's just say, because he's got and you got the Matrix.
Yeah, you got the Matrix of leadership.
And now and the Sun Harvesters. So
That's
3 or 4. That would be like 3 or 4.
Yeah, technically 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then just in case, sometimes my audio cuts out for you, so you might have to speak up a little bit,
All right.
or just repeat a little bit just in case I don't hear you guys.
Okay. All right.
Good to know.
I ain't done talking to you yet.
You leave the old boy alone. Come out at me.
Fate rarely calls upon us at a moment.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, pause it. Yep, do it like that every couple of seconds.
Prime tries to be so philosophical, but the shit he says, when you think about it, like that was nothing.
You saying nothing. He just fooled people because they got that voice.
Uh-huh.
Everybody really think he's saying some important shit. Well, if you take the voice out, just listen.
A bird in the hand says one of the Come on, man. Just fight that dude. Just save us, please. Be quiet.
Listen, y'all know I love Transformers. I love the show. I got the toys. Love the animated movie. Both of them. They just the one just came out and the one from back in the 80s. Man, I'm a true fan. But I gotta admit, even in the cartoons, Optimus Prime just be pontificating. He's all serious.
Is
But
not Optimus Prime's character?
That's in the
Pause.
cartoon.
Is that not Optimus Prime's character? Pontificating emotional speeches, that kind of thing. Like, okay,
Yeah.
Bayverse is a bit of a bastardization of it, but it's not. But is that seriously not Optimus Prime's character? Like, that's the entire
very stoic leader.
Yeah, basically a Superman figure.
Yeah, he's pretty much like strong enough to know when to be gentle, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, granted, Bayformer's Prime is tries to have that, but for the most part, it's just like. I mean, this movie just kind of demonstrates that he's like tearing people's faces off, really. But
the first movie tried to do that, and I would say it succeeded. The second movie, debatable. Dark of the Moon has a good reason to be that. Same with I kind of will give this point to Last Night and Age of Extinction. Same with those two having a point for why Prime is acting the way he does.
Yeah,
Still doesn't make it good, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Age of Extinction and The Last Night, kind of try to have like some kind of, try to justify it somewhat. I mean, like I'd say the first Bayformers film, like he kind of he was kind of consistent, or at least in terms of what we would understand about this Prime. It's like, but he's like, it's not, he's pretty much more so than the other Bayformers films. Revenge of the Fallen, not so much. Dark of the Moon, he pretty much has, there's kind of a good, not so much, but there's at least like a good reason for it. In Age of Extinction and The Last Night, they kind of have like story reason, like it also try to justify it, why he would either hate humans or him just being brainwashed in The Last Night for the majority of the movie. So
Rise. I would say Rise of the Beast did it the best. Rise of the Beast, I think, is genuinely underappreciated in terms of execution. Is it perfect? No, but there's some stuff here that I think a lot of people really gloss over because of the general perception of the movie itself.
Yeah, the fact that it's kind of like a much more how overlooked it was just in general, really.
Yeah. It's a darn shame because it's actually pretty fun.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there are big problems with it, but it's pretty enjoyable.
Yeah. Have you guys watched the documentary show Toys That Made Us, the Transformers episode?
Yes.
Have you guys watched that?
Yes,
I have.
I love
not.
that show. I have. I've seen the entire show in full. I love it.
Yeah, it's a really good show. Sea Monster, I would recommend if you can watch that show, Toys That Made Us. There's like a very emotional Peter Cullen segment of that part where he like describes how he voiced Optimus and like how he based it on like his brother and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
The strong enough to be gentle quote. Every time I hear that phrase, there's a part of me that tears up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Larry Cullen.
Yeah.
All right.
Neat stuff.
Let's go back into it.
Tunes, but at least he's kind of saying something to get everybody riled up to go fight. In these movies, he ain't saying shit.
He ain't saying goddamn thing.
And they got him opening the movie because they know that if he starts talking, y'all gonna kind of listen, and maybe they're thinking like it's gonna be a good cover for the rest of this movie, which ain't saying a goddamn thing. But that ain't. It's just kind of like stop, man. Because it don't take long to realize this movie ain't nothing. Optimus Prime can come in and talk that deep shit all he want to.
Earth.
Yeah,
This shit we know.
Optimus Obvious or Obvious Prime.
You got to stop him before he gets the sun. That thing in the sky. Yeah, we know what the fucking is, man. All right.
Species much like our own.
Yeah. You kind of skip. Yeah. I wouldn't say pause it, but just kind of.
Oh, did I skip some stuff?
You're kind of like skipping ahead by like a few seconds, but what you kind of skipped past was Optimus Prime saying Earth, birthplace of the human race, and Corey and the guys are just so like, yeah, we know Earth is the birthplace. Yeah, we all know. You're not saying anything deep. It's like, okay. Anyways.
All right. Let's see. Let me know if you want me to go back for anything. Just because sometimes I hear the audio and I don't know if you want me to like skip that or not.
Yeah. You don't need to skip anything. Just kind of pause it every couple seconds. Yeah. Just kind of, just to kind of avoid, just to kind of like break up the copyright things.
Yeah.
Copyright-tisms.
See, it's really gonna mean something. Like it's some deep shit we about to watch.
But he's saying shit like you said, saying shit you already know.
So every time he talks is with such gravity, and yet you're like, okay, that you could have kept that.
Yeah. When the movie starts, you can already see. They ain't got nothing. They ain't got no script. You can see this in the beginning. You see at the moment these slow-mo Negroes came up.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Do you want me to skip ahead, or do you want me to?
I don't know if like anyone has any comment about that.
Uh,
No, not really. Like,
Yeah, I
I
mean,
didn't
here's the
expect
thing. Here's the thing that this flashback stuff is like takes place in like I think the text said 17,000 BC. So I mean that's it's kind of like and it, you know it's supposed to be like period sort of like sort of period accurate. I guess you could like a better phrase, but I mean yeah. That's really all that's all I pretty much got about that. How they're like trying to present this like prologue stuff. Oh yeah. I guess we can move along.
all right. I did skip ahead just a few seconds. Just let's see. Just I don't know about that scene or what they're talking
This
about.
paint
Let me
on
see.
Gravity Spears. Ain't this about a bitch?
And of course he had to make you talk about Ooga Booga. Oh no, the Ooga Booga, the Oogie Boogie, and all that. Boy, because to make them look extra crazy and extra savage,
Oh God.
you know, he had to make crazy expressions like this dude right here who went so crazy shit, his dentures almost flew out.
Oh man.
Dude, that was like a close up of the alien.
Yeah, I thought another mouth was gonna come out of that mouth.
Oh, Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
All that's missing is slime dripping off the teeth.
It's a primitive human seeing something as crazy as like a giant alien robot. Giant alien robots. I don't know how else like one like a person in this time period would react to seeing something like that other than just be like the way of being like holy shit. I mean the only thing I would give them that it is a bit exaggerated, like the whole close up of the teeth. That's a bit. I would say that's a bit much.
that is a little bit too much.
That is too much, but there is like a point to it, at least of that. Of like, there's a point to it. It's just that they overcooked it. That's all. That's what I can say.
Yeah, it got a bit too much. It got a bit too heated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, continue.
I mean, he into it too.
He sure is. He's like, I'll make my money.
Shit, he screams so hard, them fake teeth about
Yeah. No,
Hey,
man.
listen, and they doing shit that makes it clear that they ain't got nothing because they're just throwing things together. Especially
hey,
when
pause
they
it for a
start
second.
kissing this-
Yeah, there is like there is like a point I actually do kind of want to make as far as like them sort of criticizing the Optimus Prime sort of monologue or narration during this opening scene. Like where Optimus is all like, humans are pretty much a species like our own, the Transformers. They're capable of compassion and violence. It's like, I mean, it's not really elaborated on all that much in the film, but there is like at least you could be like, oh, they're it's kind of like the Autobots, they're compassionate and all that, but there's also like the violent side, with like the Decepticons pretty much, or maybe even the Autobots to a slight degree, but mainly Decepticons. It's like
Yeah.
you get what I mean? I mean, there's like. It's a bit of a reach. I will grant that, for sure, especially with this movie. But but there is. I mean, I don't know. I can't help but notice it. I mean, it's like it's there.
I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah. All right, continue.
All right.
they start chasing random footage of a tiger.
For in our quest to protect the
Let's see.
No, you don't need to move it forward. You don't need to skip it forward. Just pause it, like kind of like what you did there, and just then resume.
Humans, a deeper revelation dawns.
We get just those 2 shots of that tiger, and he's gone. I thought there was gonna be a confrontation.
No, man.
I thought there was gonna be a standoff.
No.
That might as well be B-roll.
Yeah,
Stock footage.
Yeah,
Because that
and it just has those Negroes on a rock jumping around,
leaping over things like they had the
With loincloths and shit on.
growling like the tiger. By the way, I can't tell who's there. I don't know who's making the noise.
That's him.
The tiger, like, goddamn.
Yeah. You see the tiger running away.
Y'all wonder why I lasted for 2 shots. I ain't messing with them.
It got up there and skidded. Like, okay, all right, never mind.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you guys were here. I'll go back to where I
Wrong
was.
neighborhood.
Man, after 2 shots, that tiger's gone. And I'll give them this. You know, they don't waste no time. They know what people are here to see. So that tiger leaves and them Transformers come right in.
Yeah, there you go. Just kind of.
They come in and immediately just start stepping on black people.
Oh, man.
And grabbing them up, eating them for snacks. Bring your chocolate in. And you know why they start stepping on black people, right? Because old Tooth was talking shit.
Oh.
So they were the Transformers ready to come in and have a conversation. He's like, "Fuck you."
That is
All right, we got some
All
good
right.
okay. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. That. How could you possibly read into that? Try to say that other than to be like it's like, oh, this is just a bit. This is just a joke. It's like, no, the Fallen just. I will say the Fallen is very. The Fallen is, as far as like characterization goes, he's pretty limited. As far as like what we know of him as a character, but we do kind of understand that he doesn't care for humans. He kind of and for what we could see there, he kind of almost sort of views them as playthings, sort of like squishing them like bugs, even picking one up. Maybe even throwing one up. Like, probably it looked like he was throwing them up while he was, like, roaring at the camera before the title card comes up. But it's like, yeah, I mean, it's like, it has nothing to do with the humans talking shit about him. He did that on his own accord. Like, the humans are like, whoa, what is this? If anything, the humans were just kind of, unknowingly intruding on the Fallen in his like operations. So yeah. This is kind of one of those things where like you're gonna hear some legit critiques on the film, but but more so than not, you are also gonna hear like jokes, like just to kind of like take the piss out of the film. And it's like it's kind of like CinemaSins a little bit, where they just kind of they just kind of blur that line so much so where it's just like, okay, I don't even know if you actually genuinely believe this, if you genuinely are making this as a serious point, or if you're just, cracking jokes at it.
You're just being facetious or something.
Yeah, you're trying to be funny. Exactly, facetious. Anyways.
By the way, spoiler, all of this is supposed to be Egypt.
Oh yeah.
Because
yeah.
God,
Yeah.
You remember those ancient Egyptian tigers?
Yeah, ancient Egyptian tigers and people with the paint and spears. That ain't no ancient Egypt.
Yeah, these damn Aborigines people.
Yeah, I thought they were in Australia for a second.
I did too.
No
Until
joke.
later on in the movie, you realize like where the Transformers, when they get introduced.
Did you say pause or no?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't say pause, but I do want to. But there, I guess that it is kind of good that you pause it for a bit, because, like, again, it says 17,000 BC. Let me see. Let's see when ancient Egypt started. The ancient Egyptian civilization. Just so I could say. All right. So So the text in the movie says 17,000 BC. I'll give them that, the whole thing about the tiger. That is, I mean, it is kind of weird that they have a tiger there. It really is just because Michael Bay had access to a tiger at one point around that time. So, but let me just pull up at least the ancient Egypt timeline. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay, all right, here it is. The ancient Egyptian civilization lasted, and I'm pretty much pulling us. Let me see. Let me make sure I have the source here. Well, there you go. Australian Museum, or just or generally, from the looks of things, the ancient Egypt took place from around 4300 BC to 30 BC. So you would have like a whole like 13,000 years before the Egyptian civilization was even founded. And this is supposed to be 17,000 BC. Like, that's still a large chunk of time. Like, it's a long time. Tens of thousands of years.
Yeah.
It's not that unbelievable.
Maybe that's when Scar King was trapped. Maybe that's when Scar King was trapped. Who knows? But like the movie shows it like it's before the pyramids were built, right?
This movie, Revenge of the Fallen.
Yeah. Or
yeah,
when is that?
17,000 BC. Okay, yeah. Like this movie, the flashback stuff shows that states that 17,000 BC. So it's definitely before the pyramids were built, because the ancient Egyptian civilization wasn't even around it. It was like tens of thousands, like over 10,000 years before the ancient Egyptian civilization even was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So the pyramids wouldn't even be built over the Sun Harvester until much, much later.
Yeah.
Imagine what a simple Google search could do to undo this point of criticism towards this movie.
I think that is enough time to reasonably think that like the terrain of an area can change.
Yeah, that too.
Drastically.
Yeah,
I will say from the clips, I will give it credit, because from the clips, it does kind of seem like they're in like a more rocky, mountainous region.
Yeah, it's like a bit. Yeah, it's a bit more arid, like a bit desert-like, even.
Yeah, like just judging off like the people and the look of the costumes and stuff, like I would assume it's somewhere like in that like the region of Africa, or where Egypt is and stuff.
Oh yeah. Egypt is like in the pretty much in the upper right section of Africa. So
yeah,
it's pretty. Yeah. That's accurate. Yeah, it makes I mean, there's stuff that when you just have like a little bit of context of world history and all that, it's like it's not that much of a leap to kind of accept some of these things that this film put forward.
Yeah, when you have the continuity itself, that's when the discussion changes.
Yeah, well, when you talk about the Transformers continuity, the Bayformers continuity, just like what they, kind of like the how do I put it, like the sort of like the lore of the mythology part of this universe. That's kind of where that's where you start running into problems. But in terms of like the geographical, but in terms of like world history as we would understand it, like this movie doesn't really alter it all that much, aside from the whole thing of like, oh, by the way, Transformers were on
By the
Earth.
way, giant alien robots exist.
yes, giant alien robots existed, and humanity may or may not have already known about them for some time.
Mhm.
All right, moving forward.
They're
Making good time, I gotta say.
that device that we talk about, it's in the, there it is in the background over here. That's the thing that the pyramid is disguising.
Oh, okay.
So this is I thought about this. This is Egypt, right?
It's got to be
Yeah,
Egypt.
yeah,
There-
yeah.
there ain't no
Cradle of
pyramids.
civilization.
Right.
No.
Cradle of goddamn foolery.
Yeah.
So now we jump to present day, and we still are getting into like heavy topics right here. Shanghai, China.
Did he call Egypt the
suffering
crater of
a toxic
civilization?
oil spill. Or, I'm sorry, a toxic.
What was that, Michael?
Did he call Egypt the crater of civilization? Because if so, no. That's Mesopotamia. I had to actually that, okay? Look, I had to actually that.
Actually, granted, so far my takes towards towards a lot of their points in this is sort of like you could classify as actually like about how the Sun Harvester is supposed to work in this, but
Yeah.
it's in the movie itself, and it's not like you have to read a book out of it. It's like no, it's in the film.
Yeah, you have it in the film itself. The film very clearly explains what's going on.
Well, clearly in as far as this
As clearly
movie's
as it
turned.
can.
Yeah, as clearly as it can, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Toxic spill of some kind. I don't know. They never said gas leak or something.
There's been a major toxic spill in the Shanghai district.
You know, people evacuating, covering their mouths. People look like they're really in danger, and then we cut the shots of the military looking all dramatic right here. They're taking things very seriously.
Lost pause. Oh.
And then I'm looking at the movie and saying, well, shit, maybe the movie's taking it seriously. Maybe I forgot. Maybe this movie's better than I thought it would be.
Pish tosh.
And what happens after all that serious stuff they show? What do they do?
Come out and get your ice cream. Give me that.
Mm.
Yep, here they are.
That robot out there better get ready for an ass whooping.
The damn coon bots wasted no time making an appearance. And just so you know, they been showing all this serious stuff and showing all these military cars and everything and vehicles, and then you cut to the what do the coon bots have?
Come out and get your ice cream.
Damn ice cream truck.
Raggedy ass one at that.
And by the way, driving an ice cream truck through a place that just suffered a toxic spill. Ain't nobody buying no ice cream.
Here's another actually moment. The toxic spill thing is literally a cover up so that Ness could take care of the Decepticons that are hiding there. The toxic spill, there is no toxic spill. The Decepticons were spotted, and there was like some string pulling to kind of convince the Chinese government to evacuate people out of there because Nest is gonna and the Autobots, they're gonna come in and do their thing. Like Demolisher and Sideways are hiding out there. They're the quote unquote toxic spill, which isn't even a toxic spill. It's just two like Decepticons that are like hiding out there, doing their thing, and then just rampaging.
Yeah. Also, the fact
I
that
remember that.
Yeah, I find it the fact that the start of the movie is in China gets really, really funny with Age of Extinction in mind.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing: when it's also even funnier once you start taking like, not only that, but you also like. I think Dark of the Moon also had like a moment where in Hong Kong you saw like pillars like being going up in the air going up into orbit pretty much to bring Cybertron to Earth. And in the last night, there's like a chunk of Cybertron just ravaging through Hong Kong. So it's like, oh my God, China could not catch a break in this series.
There's a reason they loved it so much.
Yeah. And I'm remembering this, the intro to the movie and like the context behind this because I remember like a little while ago, I actually tried to rewatch Revenge of the Fallen, but I think I like stopped like a third through. Um, but yeah, I remember the sequence and like the context behind it. So I guess they
Yeah.
missed that.
Yeah, yeah. It's and the thing is, it's baffling because like again, Corey Coleman watched the film to prep for the show, and he has the film itself on his computer. He is pulling up the movie, to for reference. It doesn't make any sense how you can't put two and two together like this. Like, how do you? Ah, I don't understand. Like this,
It's
Revenge of the Fallen should be like a really easy film to find things wrong with, and the fact that but to say like, oh, this film treats itself so seriously, to talk about toxic spills and all that. Next thing you know, you got Skids and Mudflap showing up. It's like Skids and Mudflap are there because there's Decepticons hiding out there. The toxic spill thing isn't
that's
actually. It's a meme. That's really what it is,
yeah,
to get people out.
yeah. That's the entire point of the bit. That's the entire point of that bit.
Yes.
Right.
Get your ass whooping that ass. Lickety split, come get y'all's ice cream.
What planet are you from? I'm sorry.
The planet Negron.
And then driving around Singapore speaking in English.
Yeah, speaking in damn Ebonics.
Right, yeah.
Nigga, come get y'all's ice cream up in here.
Out of all these badass the Transformers in the movie, who the first ones we see?
Dang-a-lang, come out and get your ice cream.
Dang-a-lang, come out and get your ice cream.
No, he's rhyming and shit too. Are they Decepticons? Those
The Autobots. The Autobots.
the good guys?
Yeah.
No, not really. They ain't good for nobody.
We say all that.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that.
Fuck.
Yeah. And by the way, you just seen them. I mean, I'm sorry, you hearing them. You ain't really seen them in their true form. I like the way.
The truth.
Yeah, the Negro about in that movie saying that shit. If you think this sounds bad, wait till you see what they look like.
We got something for your ass.
Shit, even the movie knows better to reveal than this early. They know it's
We
bad.
don't want people leaving too right now. Let's get them settled in.
Yeah. You know better than hit y'all that soon without offensiveness. We all don't have to wait. So they start introducing, after they got, the most offensive Autobots introduced, we start cutting to the rest of the team, some members that y'all might recognize if you are fans of the Transformers, like RC, who was a female Autobot.
RC, get ready to launch. We're locked and loaded.
Yeah, that's the
Who they
RC
don't
one.
use in the movie. After that,
Funny thing is, people were like, "Oh, is that like a flub when they say RC twins?" It's like, no, actually, Lennox is saying RC as in the unit of the triplets, and he says twins in reference to Skids and Mudflap. He's just saying it like pretty quick. It's like, yo, RC and it's almost like he skipped the word "and" in the middle. It's a little awkward, but it's not that hard to kind of be like, okay, this is probably what he meant.
Yeah.
there's probably a couple of scenes, and she's gone. I tell you, man, they start bringing in some of the OG classic toy line people.
Yeah, pause it for safety.
By the way, is there any echo by chance? Oh.
I hear an echo. I think it's probably your. One sec.
Yeah, so this is actually a good point. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, I'm just building a berry farm in Minecraft because why not?
how much into Transformers are you into?
I'm I'm into a pretty good amount. I'm not a hardcore fan, but I am into Transformers in general. Um, I though I haven't actually seen the G1 cartoon yet, and I probably won't for a while.
Mm, yeah, I'm pretty much in the same boat because, like, I remember as a kid I watched like the Bayformers movie, um, and then the only other thing I would watch was probably the recent one, like
Also,
the
Sea Monster, I think you're echoing.
I'm echoing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. That's weird. Here, hold on. Let me here, let me reload myself real quick. Over give me a second. I'll do a refresh. I'll be back in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah. My first introduction to Transformers was my older brother showing me Transformers Prime, which was my favorite thing from Transformers until TF1 happened. The movie was amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I really started getting into it, especially after Bumblebee.
Mhm.
And I was looking forward to whatever they were doing next. Um, and Rise of the Beast, I think, was pretty good. Probably could have been better in a few places, but overall, I did really enjoy it. Um, kind of feels like they did a little too much too soon.
Yeah, yeah. The fact that it's going to cross over with GI Joe, that's a thing that's happening, and
Yeah.
it's certainly one of the biggest things to happen of all time. Certainly a thing to happen.
Yeah.
What did I miss?
Yeah.
We were just talking our history with Transformers.
Ah, cool. All right, is the echo gone?
Yes.
Sounds like it.
Awesome. Cool.
All right.
You gave me a good excuse to to put my little handle there saying it's spooky time.
Nice.
Right.
'Cause I forgot to do that before starting. So, but yeah.
He's here.
Damn.
That went on forever, and I couldn't tell what the hell was going
I
on.
couldn't either.
No,
Who was that movie?
that's Ironside.
Oh, okay. Couldn't
Yeah,
tell.
I always see the thing with this is that I always thought
Ironhide.
the transforming was cool, but the problem is just the design.
He said Ironside. It's like it's like this is not the Raymond Burr show. Okay, called Ironside. This is Ironhide. Ugh.
Ironside.
Okay.
I mean, that sounds like a character that could feasibly exist in the Transformers
Yeah.
franchise.
I mean, yeah, fair, but you're kind of thinking about that little crime drama series with Raymond Burr in a wheelchair, so that's called Ironside. So
I've actually never heard of that until now.
yeah, well, it's an old show. I mean, Raymond Burr from Godzilla King of the Monsters. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that man.
he was in a lot of stuff, like crime drama related stuff. That was like one of his later stuff things, pretty much. But yeah, I mean, any points that anyone would like to make as far as like how the transformation was kind of done? Because like,
I'm waiting
it's
till we
like-
get to Devastator. I'm waiting till they talk about Devastator.
right?
That's
Yeah,
the
I mean-
big talking point.
Yeah, I mean, like, all I could
Literally.
say is, yeah, I mean, all I could say, like, as far as commenting about their perspective about how Ironhide's transformation in the scene was like sort of shot. It's like, I guess it's kind of like supposed to be like a bit of like a dynamic sort of way to showcase him, like, getting out his big guns and all that. But yeah, I mean, doesn't quite showcase a whole heck of a lot about where a lot of the pieces go aside from the front of the car of the truck. But yeah.
Design. I never liked the design of these characters, and that's one of the reasons why. Because first of all, I'm just gonna put on a still frame. Tell me what this fool's face is.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
Well, I used to watch the cartoon religiously. I still couldn't tell who that was.
Yeah, tell me what. I mean, if I just like, if y'all didn't know that that you were looking at a transformer, you'd be thinking this is the engine.
Okay. Can you guys see where the face is? Because I can see it.
I can see it. I can see it pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird it's weird that they are being so like. I guess it's kind of the thing about their bias against these films. Really, it's just like I can't see where the face is. It's like just, I mean, like just look a little bit. I don't know. It's like I guess it's subjective, maybe.
It's not God Raiga versus King Olga.
Right.
You know what I'm.
You see like the eyes and stuff, nose, mouth.
The mouth. Pretty much. You at least can make out the face, if nothing else. Like, I mean, I guess like a nightly setting, and he turns into a black truck. You know, so that could be one thing. It probably would have been nice if he had like a little bit of like red to it, maybe like just like some streaks of red, kind of bright red, to at least call back a little bit to his G1 thing, but. But other than that, I don't.
Thing is, Michael. Thing is, you remember what Pointless upset about that with quoting Michael Bay saying that it's hard that red paint doesn't go well with cameras.
Yeah, I forgot. Actually, I think I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's why Optimus Prime had the flames.
Yeah, was that in his video for the first movie?
Yeah, that he said that he talked about that in his video for the first movie.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. It's been a while since I've even watched that video, his video on the first Transformers movie. You know, I watched the ones from his videos on the later films more so. Especially his Age of Extinction and Last Night ones, like in Dark of the Moon, like those are really well done.
I still question the logistics behind that one scene from Age of Extinction. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
seriously, who thought that was a good idea?
I don't. Yeah. Aaron Kruger, apparently, I don't know. I don't know why he thought it was a good idea, but he did it. Anyways, onward.
Engine or something, right?
Yeah,
right.
You would think that this is a piece of machinery in a factory,
right? And and you go like, all right, well, take the radiator cap off. I don't know where it is. Can you get the manual?
So I always thought, man, you know what? And maybe it's just the original fan in me, but I've always liked that they had actual faces that they could emote with. You ain't getting no emotions out of this. And granted, okay, you want to take a different approach with this?
I'm sorry.
Aliens, that's fine, but
I'm sorry. Pause. Well, I'm very sorry. You can't make emotions out of those faces? Are you serious?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you serious, dude?
He was able to make a face in Dark of the Moon when he was rusting away. Like, yeah, you can make faces with this, with these. Like, you can. I don't. Like, no matter how intricate these designs are, it is possible to make like an expressive face out of this.
And even if that point did apply, you could still make expression via body language.
Yes,
these are humanoid beings that have a similar sentience to us. It is entirely possible for them to move their body in a similar manner to us.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because I feel with robots, if you design a robot well, you can still have them emote.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Bumblebee in this movie. Like, just his eyes alone are incredibly expressive. I mean, I'm not even sure. Like, so I don't even know where they're coming from with this.
Yeah, it's my God.
Anyways, onward, Vic.
All right.
Well, the basic problem that they had, even from the first movie, is this design they did to where, like, we'll make it more realistic with where you can see the motors and the servos and all that.
Yeah.
And they took away
the colored plating that they have,
Mhm.
you know, in the cartoons, which serve to make them recognizable.
And it's just
Right. That's a good point.
and it's just more relatable to the characters when they have. You don't have to make it just like it. I know it's a movie, and if you want to make some changes to make it look more realistic, that's fine. But man, they got no expressions at all, no faces. And now that we got that out the way, introducing some, you know, the characters that are gonna sell toys, Bay don't waste no time. He's like, he's been sitting the whole time. We don't let me blow some shit up. You know, when I get to off my fireworks, and he wastes no time doing that.
I mean, they're showcasing like how Nest and the Autobots are operating currently. So of course there's going to be an action sequence here.
Yeah, that's how this works.
Yeah, because now they're working together to like get like the stragglers that survived the first fight.
Now, like the better question would be the logistics of like how the U.S. government, which Nest is primarily aligned with, would be able to cover something like Demolisher up, like how they would cover that up, especially when he gets on the highway. Like that's like the logistics of that makes no goddamn sense. Like I don't even think they even try to have it make sense, but it's like the premise, like just kind of like the foundation of like the Autobots and a military faction strike force working together to track down Decepticons and sort of quell any sort of like attacks that they could put out, or even just kind of like tracking them down to capture or kill Decepticons. It's not that much of a stretch to think that, oh yeah, there's going to be an action sequence involved where that aspect of the world as we see it now in this film is kind of operating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
Michael
Jesus,
Bay,
man, he is jacking off behind that camera right now.
Michael Bay is like that kid who immediately starts tearing up his toys once he gets them out the box.
Right. As soon as he gets,
When he gets them out the box, he just throwing that shit against the wall.
Yeah, you're like, we just bought you those.
Well, buy me some more.
Exactly.
These are broke.
Somebody broke these. Somebody tore these tails up.
Yeah, you know, he's back there every time he got one hand on a damn explosion stick and the other hand on his dick right here.
Oh yeah, that plunger. Yeah.
I like the transforming. Again, I wish the designs were better. I like the action, the way he combines the effects with the camera movements and the actors, and and some of the practical explosions and effects. I just wish it would be clearer, because it's just it just gets way too chaotic.
How is this too much?
I guess he's talking about like how I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure what he's meaning by that, because I can tell what's going on. Demolisher's trying to escape, and there's like helicopters flying by. They're trying to take part in stopping him. That's I don't. Yeah. I mean, again, like there's some there are ways to critique some of the logistics in a shot like this. Like why are these helicopters flying this low and this close to him? Like I will like that. Like you'd think they probably would be just a little bit further away from him, but
yeah,
but even
that's
so,
like a rule of cool thing, where like to make the shot cooler, like it makes sense for the helicopter to be a little closer to the action, so that you can get like a shot like this,
Yeah, but no, I'm gonna get that. It's just that in canon, in the context of this movie, like why would like some helicopter pilots like risk getting this close to a robot that obviously has intent to kill?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's just a thing.
Yeah, it is just kind of like a rule of cool thing, really. But yeah, I mean, but I can tell what's happening. I don't know what to say. It's like, I mean, you can either tell what's happening in these scenes or you can't. It's just I
keep every time they say it's difficult to see or I can't tell what's happening, I always think of that same criticism with King of the Monsters and apply it here, because really, come on. Come
Yeah,
on,
I
you
mean-
can see this perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's just kind of like, okay, well, I can tell what's happening. Where do we go
Do
from
you
there?
need me? Do you need me to explain what's happening?
Yeah,
Do you need me
like,
to tell you what's going on?
or can you elaborate on why you consider this to be hard to see? Like, can you further elaborate? On it? Like, I pretty much would definitely believe that someone like that Braden, would do a better job of explaining why a shot like this or a shot in King of the Monsters is hard to tell than Corey Coleman here, which
Mhm.
I mean, it's not a high bar, admittedly, but still.
Mm,
Yeah, because the only other thing he said was like the amount of explosions, but like
Wait.
unless it was like a strobing effect, I figured stuff like that would illuminate the scene more, so you can
Yeah.
see more.
yeah.
Yeah. Continue. I mean,
Wait a second, something happened.
Yeah. Tell me.
I don't know.
Well, that was a different explosion than the first one.
Yeah.
okay.
I ain't paying attention.
He swatted down he swatted down a helicopter and basically, like, it's not two separate explosions. It's basically like they're two explosions that are in relation to the same event, to one event happening, which is a helicopter getting swatted down from the air by Demolisher and the helicopter crashing slamming hard into the ground. Like,
Yeah.
guys, come on! You got the movie right in front of you.
Yeah, I was about to
You
say, like,
watched this recently.
yeah, and you have it pulled up here too. Because I was about to say, like, that's a pretty dynamic and fluid action shot that, like, we just saw. And
Yeah,
you can, like, visually keep track of each, like, explosion. Like, in the background, there's, like, the missile firing and the explosions, and then the helicopter being hit and crashing. So it's pretty
Yeah.
easy to see, like, the choreography of it, which, like,
Yeah.
Michael Bay is, like, very known for.
Yeah, exactly. It's like these guys are trying. It's like these guys are just trying so hard to roast on this film that they're just like, no, we're just gonna. I don't.
This is fish in a barrel stuff, and you choose to go for the one thing that people actually praise it for.
Yeah, they're not even. I mean, obviously they're gonna go for some fish in a barrel stuff later on. I will say this much, but this is just. But I will say this right here already, like them covering this Shanghai sequence, like already this is. It's like, okay, already I'm having a lot of problems with how you guys are going about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we still don't know what the story is, except for what Optimus told you at the beginning, which was nonsense.
Oh, Corey, you're so cute.
I know
a story. That's adorable.
I know it was one.
People don't know the story.
Well,
I think you can piece it together pretty well.
Yeah, how can you guys? Yeah, exactly. How the hell can you guys say that? Like, we still don't know what the story is. It's like, we're gonna find out. It's like the movie literally just started.
We are in the opening act.
Yes, 5 minutes. You're like 5 minutes into the movie. Give it some time already. Jeez.
Jesus.
Nope.
Yeah, the
I was
theater.
like, man, you can stop and just tell me something. Damn, will you calm your ass down? I'm like this old man right here.
Yeah, pause for copyright.
You know, I don't know what's going on, and at this point, I don't know if I really care.
Right.
I'm gonna see my news.
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
my news.
Y'all get the fuck out of my house.
if you ain't gonna tell me, I ain't gonna ask.
You know what? Yeah, exactly. I don't care no more. I don't, I just should let
You don't give a fuck, does he?
You're like, damn. Yeah, you know,
we don't shut that goddamn door.
Michael Bay comes here every year and blows his
Yeah,
shit
yeah.
up.
I'll sit over here.
Michael Bay's the next kaiju up in here.
Yeah.
Now, when the action, I'm gonna tell you something. When the action is clear, it's actually pretty cool. You know, when we actually have a shot that's well staged and there's not a whole bunch of stuff going on around it, that's great. But it's always followed up by something kind of cringy.
Cool shot.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm good.
Oh, no,
man,
man,
you just fucked my whole thing up.
Why'd you have to open your mouth?
Yeah, for real.
We were fine. Just shut up. When we do finally find
mean,
out what the premise.
I mean, it is kind of a cheesy line, but I don't really have much of a problem with it. It's fine.
Yeah, it's
Like
far from the worst thing.
sideswipe. You know, he's like, you know, maybe like you could say like he's pretty much like a younger bot, you know, or at least like he's, you know, younger bot, but he's like in his mojo. Let's just say I don't know. I don't really have much of an issue with it.
I don't see the problem here.
The line's cheesy.
It's like a
Line's
little bit of a
cheesy.
nitpick.
I think it's just because of the nature of Bayverse as a whole, because it's full of this kind of stuff. But
Yeah, because it's like, at most it's a nitpick, but it sort of comes with the territory where like you'll have an action hero say something like quippy or a catchphrase or something. You know?
Yeah.
That's typical.
Yeah, it's not that
Of this
Mm-hmm.
of this movie is when Optimus Prime gets into the picture and everybody's waiting on him to show up.
Yeah,
It's
just
also looks like a very cool shot.
yeah, it's like Ironhide shooting up the wheel, the bottom wheel, you know, to derail him.
Not only is it a cool shot, but it's actually clever.
You know, which obviously puts more people in danger.
I saved you, human. Humans?
Why aren't you moving?
Fuck you! But so he, you know, Optimus Prime, you know, he's somebody who is trying to set a good example by being a good leader. And I'm looking at this right here and I say, okay, that's cool, but when did this fool become a gangster?
Punk ass Decepticon.
I guess they're talking about when Optimus Prime is like about to execute Demolisher, you know, and be like, any last words? It's like, I mean, the whole thing about Optimus, like, they're just going to be focusing more on the fact that Optimus just cold-bloodedly kills Demolisher like as they put it, gangster. When really they could have just been question more of like, oh, what is this Decepticon like? Why aren't they having Optimus Prime like, you know, pretty much question this Decepticon? Like, what do you mean the Fallen shall rise again? So that there could be like they could get some intel on him. Like they already have him down and out really. So all they could do is like try to interrogate him for info. So him just shooting him in the face like that is a bit like you're not even a little curious about what that message may entail, Optimus. Like
yeah, it's a bit of a wait. Why did you do that moment?
It's like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
To call me. Any last words?
Wait, yeah, that's like, when did y'all become gangbangers?
Right.
Punk ass Decepticon.
Punk ass Decepticons.
Stay out my hood.
That's what I'm saying, man. You know, when they become gangbangers and, you know, doing drive-bys and shit.
Right. He did everything except turn his gun sideways.
Yeah. Oh, and you know what? And I thought he was about to do that. There's some shit out of Boys in the Hood, Minister Society.
The fallen shall rise again.
Yeah, just be
Not
safe.
today.
See, I almost thought he did it. When he got up, I thought.
Again, like,
This sound good. Shut the
Pause.
fuck up, Tyrese.
again, question him. You question him, dude.
Yeah.
Question. You just dropped something interesting. What did you mean the fallen will rise again?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and not like, and it's funny that these guys are just making. It's like, yo, look at how Optimus just like pointed his gun at him. But like, you know, like we thought, like he seemed like he may as well have done a side, like tried to do the sideways tilt thing. It's like, guys, actually fucking review this thing. Quit with the jokes. Okay, yeah, ha ha ha. Optimus Prime looks like a gangster. Can we talk about how this bit doesn't make a whole lot of sense for Optimus to do this?
Exactly.
Substantive criticism, please.
Okay, maybe this is their modus operandi, and we probably are being a bit nitpicky. This is the second time I've seen anything from them, so like
No, I get you, but even then, this just gets to the point where like you could just spend a little bit of time. Like I know you try to be entertaining and all that, but and I can respect that, but find but you gotta have considering you've been doing this for years and years. Before Double Toasted became a thing, back when they were doing Spill, or even before they were doing, or even back when they did Access Television, like they've been doing this for that long. I think they may have been doing it like around the time when Peter Jackson's King Kong came out. Like Corey Coleman and Martin Thomas and some of these other guys, they've been doing it for that long, like 20 years, if not more so. You'd think that they would have been able to do a little bit of a better job at this point, explaining why this movie is bad or why it's a movie worth making fun of, really. Because it's why did Optimus Prime just gun him down? Why not just ask for information?
Yeah,
you can make a joke around that while still having to be like, yeah, that is a valid point.
Yeah.
Yes, we didn't need you to say
another
anything.
one that's saying obvious.
Yeah.
I got this.
That's not good.
There's
that's gonna
no
hurt.
character development here. It's all about looking cool and saying cool things. That's it.
Or funny things.
Or funny things, which they think is cool, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Also, yeah, punk ass Decepticon.
I thought you fucking put that in there.
No,
I was like,
why?
because you like fucking with me. That's why. I look over at Marty's like, no, that happened. Like, he's already looking at me. I looked at him like, come on, man, that ain't happening.
Punk ass Decepticon, bitch ass nigga.
hey, Optimus.
What? Too much?
I guess
If this stream gets taken down because of language, I am not going to be surprised.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good point to pause here. It's like I don't know what I get. Granted, they're not paying that much attention, but it's funny that they say that Optimus Prime is the one that said punk ass Decepticon when Ironhide is the one that said it, and it's like these two are clearly distinct enough for you to tell which one is Optimus and which one is Ironhide here.
Ironhide was the one who said that.
Ironhide said punk ass Decepticon, and Optimus is the one that says any last words. Yeah, you would
I honestly didn't catch that.
You could tell how just by the voices, really. You got Jess Hardell as Ironhide saying punk ass Decepticon, and then you have arguably the more recognizable Peter Cullen as Optimus saying the other line. I don't know how someone can make that mistake, really, especially when you got the movie right in front of you.
It's right there. Use your eyes.
I kind of just made that mistake. I actually thought, I guess maybe more because since they didn't correct themselves and went with it, I would only assume that since Optimus has the mouthpiece, it might be difficult to see who's saying what. But yeah, I guess if you can catch that, then I guess it makes sense that Optimus isn't really acting like that.
Right, yeah. Anyways.
Y'all shut the fuck up. I ain't human. I say what I want to.
Exactly. Y'all know it's like to be me.
Another one like, Optimus, come on, man.
I got too into it. I'm sorry.
Optimus is not the one who said punk ass. Okay, yeah, this is just a point of them just running that joke into the ground, even though it's not even accurate to what we see in the film. All right, okay, let's keep going. Let's go. Let's keep going.
I actually wanted to say that.
Me too now.
I mean, that's basically what he's saying.
Oh my bitch ass nigga.
Oh, hey, Optimus.
Oh my God, you're still going? They're
Dude,
still going. Jesus
this is
Christ.
not funny anymore. Seriously. Move on.
Stop.
Again, this is probably just their modus operandi, and our lack of knowledge is basically hampering our criticisms.
No, here's the thing.
Hampering our criticism, but
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I know of their modus operandi. I'm aware. I'm more than well aware of it. But here's the thing. This is just too much. Even this right here. It's just like, guys, come on. Like, cut this. Please. You can keep it in the stream version of this. Fine, all you want to for like the archive logs or something like that. But for the video itself, that's supposed to be more a concise version. Cut this shit out already, please. Like, this is just
for goodness sake, this is not even funny anymore.
This is just padding. This is just to pad out the runtime of this fucking video.
Come on.
All right. Let's move it along here.
What? He's like this. What? Jazz can say it.
The action, even if it does look cool, it has no consequence.
It doesn't.
None of it all. Man, they treat people like insects in here.
Yeah.
You know, they just step on and roll on them and kill them and just keep on going.
That's Demolisher, though. He's a Decepticon. He's not going to give a shit. Decepticons are not exactly known for being cautious about the collateral damage and death that they leave behind. Like, just to put it mildly.
Yeah, in any way, shape, or form, they don't give a crap.
At least in terms of the Bayformers Decepticons, they revel in it.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I think they may even point it out in this clip, but they're like, you even see Demolisher pick up a car at one point and just toss it off the highway. Like, I think they may even point that out here, but yeah, just in case. Like, that does happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't have to do that, but he did it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that poor guy.
I mean, it's late night. He's got to work a late shift.
Yeah. The thing is, they got all that street over there to go to. They like, oh,
you gotta go. Just delivering noodles, man. That's like
there's a point where they just pick up the ship and just shake the people out.
Man,
and it's one thing to do that. But it's like, well, maybe nobody died. And like, nope, bodies floating to the bottom of the sea.
You not only see one dude falling and screaming, but the Decepticon picks one dude like, so ass on that.
Yeah, they're Decepticons. Is this even an issue with the film? Like, that the Decepticons kill people?
Why are you going on about this stuff? Like, is this a problem? Is this...
Like, it's weird that they're making a point of like, oh, look at all this collateral damage and human death that's going on here. Like, they're trying to criticize the film for having too much of that when it's the Decepticons who are the villains doing it. It's like,
and even then, the movie understands this.
Yeah, movie. Yeah, this scene right here like shows like, yeah, this is a really terrible thing that's happening. Like this aircraft carrier is dangerous. Yeah, the Decepticons are literally just like chucking people off, like overboard and killing them. Like I don't even. Like, and Dark of the Moon takes it an extra step further by literally showing people being reduced to bones and dust by these guys.
Dark of the Moon is an entirely separate beast.
Yeah, this movie...
In more ways than one.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, Revenge of the Fallen, I would say, like, crawled... You could argue maybe walked, at least in this particular instance, so that Dark of the Moon could fucking sprint.
Yeah. Yeah, it was... Oh, boy.
He threw his bitch ass off. Flagging off?
Yeah.
Yeah, just be safe.
There they go.
Oh man, yeah, they come back up.
They floating.
Yeah,
They float like
sinking.
Yeah, they float like action figures in the bathtub.
Yeah, they sure are.
Yeah, and that was the
Jones locker.
Fallen right there. Again, to Michael Bay's credit, like a lot of movies, they just like to just walk on by and pretend like nothing happened. Michael Bay wants you to know. Not only did I kill people in here, I killed a shitload of people.
Worldwide casualties are in.
I guess maybe they are kind of sort of giving Michael Bay credit for just letting you know, like, oh yeah, the stakes are high because people are dying.
No.
All right. Okay. Yeah, at least they'll give us that. It's like, I mean, here's the thing. Like, this is kind of more or less the tone that I was kind of expecting, from like, especially like that first teaser of the film. That's where it's like much more almost like apocalyptic and darker, sort of, as opposed to the film that we got here, where they do deliver on that in parts, like when the Fallen, like during essentially the Fallen's arrival sort of thing, but more often than not, just lean into the whole comedy sort of thing, like with Leo and Skids and Mud Flapping, the parents, like
yeah.
But yeah.
In the neighborhood of 7,000, but that number could. We need to ask now is who and why. Yeah.
So they treat this like an actual terrorist attack.
Mm-hmm.
Now later it gets undercut by all the terrible comedy. Like for every tragedy, there's 10 bad comedy bits to go with it.
And buffoonery.
But yeah, just buffoonery.
I'd say 20, but yeah.
Yeah. People, that's the thing. If we left it to moments like the action that we just saw and just cut it down mostly to that, we'd have a reasonably length film.
Mm-hmm.
We would have like an hour and 45-minute movie. The movie's not. So this movie's not. This movie's too long. All right, the movie's 2.5 hours, just about. If you want to keep the credits in there, it is not because of the action scenes. It's because of long stretches of goofy ass, embarrassing comedy in here.
Too much time with the parents.
Yeah. Because that's really when it kicks in. It kicks in when Sam comes in, and of course Megan Fox. And Sam's on his way to college. And him and Bumblebee, they already doing their shtick.
B, I want to talk to you about the college thing, okay?
Okay, yeah, definitely pause this. Because they're playing like a licensed song there. At least Bumblebee is. You definitely pause it there. We don't want the stream.
We are not tearing the stream apart. We're not tearing any of our streams apart yet.
Actually, I might want to check if the stream's still up there. But yeah, keep it going.
Actually, I haven't pulled up. Yeah, it's still going.
Okay, thank God. Okay. All right.
Do you want me to skip, or do you want me to?
Okay.
Just keep it. Just kind of maybe just turn the volume down just a little bit. There you go. Yeah. All right, now.
Let me know how that goes.
Hey, I'm not taking you with you.
Relationship. I ain't never liked how they treated Bumblebee in this movie because, like I say, if y'all know the cartoons and the stories and comics and everything, Bumblebee is kind of a badass.
Yeah,
he's not the top soldier, but he's dedicated. He's good. He's the one that's probably got the most spirit out of everybody, and that's what kind of gets him through. He talks.
Yeah,
and he's got a face.
Well, what's weird is
the whole like, okay, so that spirit isn't present in the Bayformers B. Like that's like you're saying it like it's not there at all. Like even though
since when? Since when was that not present in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, in the first, it was like that in the first movie. Like Bumblebee had his legs blown off in the first movie, and he still kept going. And in this movie itself, there's going to be points where Bumblebee, when he takes on Rampage and Ravage, where he kicks some serious ass. Like how can it he's got the whole radio thing going on, and he's got obviously he's like maybe like not as mature as like Optimus Prime, sure, but it's like he's still kind of more or less the character that we see that we would typically expect him to be in other iterations. You know?
Yeah.
It's like even Age of Extinction in The Last Night, he was kind of like that.
Yeah. Can't believe we're giving these movies. I can't believe we're actually giving those movies some credit.
Yeah, we ain't afraid to have hot takes on this stream.
Yeah.
The first movie, they fixed him so that he could talk, and then here they act like, oh, that never happened.
Well, yeah, they fixed him, but now that they fixed him, you thought, okay, maybe he'll be better. No, he's a fucking pet in this. He's Sam's pet dog.
Where did they fix him?
In the garage.
At what point do they fix him?
I think at the end of the first movie, they're saying like his voice, like he's able to like speak a little bit, where he's like, "I wish to stay with the boy." But it's like I don't even know if that's even like a. Could we even say that's like a fix, or is that just like
well, what was the reason he spoke?
I don't know. In the first film, they don't really. I mean, like in the first movie, they said that his vocal processors were damaged in battle, and that Ratchet was still working on him. And then suddenly he was able to speak at the end of the first film, and now he's back to using the radio mostly for the rest of these films. Until Transformers 5, where he's able to suddenly speak again. And Optimus Prime is all like, "Oh, I have not heard you speak since Cybertron fell." It's like, no, you heard him speak back in the first movie, Prime. Are you stupid?
Was that a thing that started with the Bayverse Transformers, or was there previous material where Bumblebee lost his voice?
A part of me wants to say it started with Bayverse, I think.
With Bumblebee not being able to speak just kind of being a norm in Transformers franchise since Bayverse?
Yeah, that's what I think it started with Bayverse. I don't remember for sure.
Yeah. And I wouldn't really count Bumblebee as part of the canon, because there's way too many like liberties, in terms of continuity that film takes to where they're just unreconcilable. Only for Rise of the Beast, and then only to follow up with Rise of the Beast that takes even more liberties.
Seriously, explain Unicron. People have tried. I don't buy it. I don't fucking buy it.
No, here's the thing. Most people aren't buying it or believing it. It's just Lorenzo Di Bonaventura, one of the producers for these films, that's trying to justify it. It's like no, guys, it's all connected. It's all part of the same universe. Trust me, lol. It's like, no, you're an idiot.
It's like, bro, trust me. Dude.
It's like, get off the drugs.
Cut it. You're not convincing anyone.
Yeah. Onward to
now.
Onward.
Yeah, like I said, in the comics, they were in a cartoon. They were friends. They weren't. He wasn't Sam's puppy, and being told to go back into the house. All that bullshit, man.
See, I'm used to seeing this, so that's why Keegan-Michael Key and Transformers 1, I was like, well, that's a step up. And it doesn't seem like it was that much of a departure.
Yeah, no, it's that character, even the movie that you saw, that's not even Bumblebee. The original Bumblebee. But that Bumblebee in Transformers 1 is way better than this. He's goofy, but he ain't nobody's damn slave and shit.
In the garage now.
You better use your voice box to pull that Denzel on.
Who the fuck you think you fucking with?
That would be funny if you did that too.
Yeah, he turned around.
Yeah.
Fuck you think you fucking with?
I'm Bumblebee.
Damn it. But I think Bumblebee ain't fighting back because I think he got a thing for Sam. Because they make it seem like that. And let me explain to you why. I mean, if you just look at me, please.
Okay, so can you guys take a guess where Corey may be going with this point?
Yeah. Yeah, I heard I think he got a thing for Sam, and
Oh, hold
dude.
on. Let's hear them play it out. Let's see. Let's find out.
I mean, that's romantic as hell right there.
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
we got a little crazy at one time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go to college. I'm gonna meet some.
Do friendships not exist?
What is it with people like this saying like two male characters who are really good friends have to be gay for each other in order for their dynamics to be validated? It's like it's the whole thing of like when people try to say that Frodo and Sam are gay for each other. It's like no, like stop pushing this. Stop this shit now.
We have nothing against that kind of stuff, but like, come on.
No one's against that stuff, but stop reading that kind of shit into things where it's obviously not there. Like
Nobody,
in the text.
Who intended for that? The original author never. Come on.
Mhm.
To quote Zib, who?
I'm genuinely happy to hear that again.
Who?
Yeah.
I'm making my experimental face right now.
I told you.
And the reason why I think that
Shut
first,
up.
we got moments like this right here, but then some fine ass girl, and we'll talk about her in a minute. Some fine ass girl starts hitting on Sam when he finally gets to college, and Bumblebee just shows up out of nowhere after he's been told to stay behind. And so Bumblebee says, I'll go ahead and give y'all a ride where y'all need to go. And he does that just so he can block his ass.
Come on, Sam.
Yeah. She's like, listen, I got in this car already. I'm gonna get some dick. After she didn't get the hint, play that.
Bumblebee is trying to stop this girl from trying to get with Sam because Sam already has a girlfriend named Michaela. Bumblebee doesn't want Sam and Michaela's relationship to go up in flames because of this chick.
Exactly. It's in the freaking movie.
Revenge of the Fallen should. Oh my God, like I'm not saying Revenge of the Fallen is like the easiest. Is like that. It would be like the easiest film to find things wrong with, but my God, these guys like make it seem like it's impossible to find a good reason to dislike the film or to consider it bad. Like, here's like, it's not because like this isn't because like, oh, I have like nostalgia for Revenge of the Fallen because I mean, I like the Bayverse in general, really. I mean, it's kind of a guilty pleasure for me more than anything. If I'm being honest, Revenge of the Fallen included. It's not even that. It's just like that's being a factor into why
really
I'm having this
obvious criticisms. There are some really this is fish in a barrel stuff. This here is fish in a barrel.
Yeah, you're shooting at like the dirt just to get like some sound or something that's like just you're shooting outside of the barrel, like actively shooting outside the barrel when the barrel is like 10 feet wide.
Right here.
There's plenty of things wrong with Revenge of the Fallen that you could critique with. Like, I mean, this whole subplot with director Galloway, pretty much. I mean, that character, that whole sort of side plot, that shit just could have been left out of the whole movie, really, and it would be like a huge market.
Started on Skids and Mudflap.
I mean, well, yeah, that those two, but like I'm talking about like in terms of just the writing in general, like Skids and Mudflap, they're like as bad as they are as characters, like they're just kind of more or less like window dressing. They don't really add that much to the plot. But Galloway, for some reason, the whole Galloway subplot, the guy is all like, "I'm shutting you down. You guys made a mess in Shanghai." It's like there's a lot of details in terms of how, like during his like introductory scene, when he's like talking with Optimus. I mean, like that scene, when you think about it, it's like it it raises a lot of issues. But these guys are like, it's one thing to go after like low hanging fruit, but there's like you're trying to look for low hanging fruit that doesn't even exist really. Like it's like, oh, Bumblebee is gay for Sam, that's why he's abusing this Decepticon disguised, this human who's actually a Decepticon disguise. It's like, no, no, that's clearly.
Come on, guys.
Yeah.
And their modus operandi, so this is like, what the hell, dude?
Yeah, I know it's their modus operandi, but it's like their MO just taken to the extreme here. It's like, it's like, this is what I mean when I say, like, it is really hard to determine whether or not they're just joking around or they're actually trying to levy a criticism towards the film, or if this is even a criticism. I don't like. Oh
or
God!
If they
like, I don't
consider it a criticism.
I don't even know if this is even. I don't even know if here's even a Bumblebee. It was gay for Sam in this. Is like, would that even be an issue with the film? Really? I don't know. Like, no, not really. Like, if they pretty much make it meaningful, let's just say, then no, it wouldn't be a problem at all.
Yeah.
You get what I mean?
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that.
But yeah, it's obviously not true here.
Not true here. I don't think it's what they intended. In fact, I'm very sure it's not what they intended in any way, shape, or form.
No, you don't have to say that you're sure that they didn't intend for it. They did not intend for it because it's in the text that it is not what they intended.
It is in the movie. It is in the film itself. Use your eyes.
The reason for Bumblebee to be doing this in this scene, to essentially cock block the Alice, which is the name of the pretender, let's just say, is the motive for the reason for Bumblebee to do that is in the text. It's plain as day. If you just watch the film.
I keep using Kaiji Kuru's advice. Use your eyes.
Just use your eyes, use your ears. Use your eyes, use your ears, use your eyes, use your ears.
It's right.
All right, let's go. Let's continue. Let's continue, Vic. I think we got
that music. Bumblebee said, "Well, I listen.
I tried to be reasonable.
I tried to be reasonable. I tried to give her a hint, so now I guess I got to beat this bitch's ass."
Oh shit! He's like, God damn!
Yeah,
all right, look.
Yeah, he's domestic abusing
You want to hit it now? Still?
Yeah. But a lot of the bad comedy comes from Sam's family. Now, Dad is cool.
I like Kevin Dunn.
Kevin Dunn is Dad. And listen, Dad is cool because he wants Sam out the house so he can start hitting that ass again.
Chop, chop, let's go. March, young lady.
Yeah, pause it for copyright.
Oh, you dirty old man.
No, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
He's like, you may want to leave.
Yeah.
You still here? Yeah. He look over there like that, like,
I'm trying to give your ass a hint right now.
I will put my dick out right here. My house.
Yeah. You better get out this house before you hear and see things you don't want to.
That's right. You gonna fuck your car.
This is about to be a house of horrors for you.
we ain't
positive.
I got.
Now, I don't know. Now, I'm pretty sure they're not gonna bring this up later on in the video. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know. But I do want to say that there is like a neat little change that they do in this film where it's sort of like an ironic sort of twist thing where the dad is all about like just moving things along and getting his son to college, while the mom is pretty much like is kind of like just kind of like, oh my god, my baby's all grown up, and and he's leaving. She's like overwhelmed with she's pretty much like in a glass case of emotions, let's just say. But then later on in the film, especially during the third act, they kind of do a whole switch around where the dad is all like, no, you're my son, I can't let you go, I'm not gonna let you go out there, this is not up for discussion. And it's the mom who's all like, look, it's like, let him go, let him do what he needs to do. It's a really neat look. It's very simple, but it is actually pretty it's a neat little switch there, like kind of ironic or sort, or I guess something like that.
Also, Jakuru is in the chat.
Hey, Kaiju. Kellen Goff's favorite movie. Apparently Revenge of the Fallen is Kellen Goff's favorite movie.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
And I have King of the Monsters is my favorite, and people plan on that one, so I'm not going to like that. And I know someone whose favorite film is Pacific Rim.
Yeah, that'd be really interesting if somebody it would actually be really interesting. I would actually have like a lot more respect, like a lot more like sort of respect and sort of admiration for someone to make a video, like an essay video or something like that, talking about why a movie like Revenge of the Fallen is actually like really good and just some misunderstood gem. Like just sort of like the attempt to try to justify that, to try to hold that position, then having someone who holds a position that's very commonly held that Revenge of the Fallen is actually a really bad movie, but a lot of their points is just for why it's bad. It's just like okay, there's some that are valid, but there's a lot of invalid moments. Yeah, but there's like a lot of other stuff as well that's like, that's not like, how did you even read it into this movie that should be very easy to find things wrong with? You don't have, this is not a movie where you gotta make up things wrong with it to lie about what's wrong with the film in order to find things that are wrong with it. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Anyways, moving on.
Mm-hmm. I told you to leave.
And at first, I was kind of turned on by Mom, because I was looking at her. I like the way things were going with them. I was looking at Mom, and I was like, all right, she's that older woman who's kind of sexy still, and horny all the time. So I was like, all right, I can get with Mom. And then Mom quickly went from sexy to whiny, and I understood because her baby's leaving the house. My mother would probably do the same thing.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
You're gonna be okay, Mom.
But then once I tried to understand it, but then she went from whiny to just bitchy.
Oh, you know what? I don't want to go anywhere with you. I don't want to go to France with you. I don't want to go around the corner with you. I'm going back inside.
I'll call you from Paris.
I like bitch gone.
Yeah, he's like, all right. I'm still going.
I'll enjoy it by myself.
What is she mad about?
The context for why she's being like that towards him is because he's all like, Judy, can you please stop with the whining and all that? And she just kind of like is like, screw you. Like it's still on the basis of something of like an understandable emotion sort of thing. It's not even like I said, even they said like, oh yeah, like her son's going off to college. He's all grown up. And the dad's like trying to move things along, it's just like, come on, let's we're trying to let's move right on.
And imagine every parent had that moment.
Yeah, exactly. It's like she's kind of like in like a state of like maybe like 5 stages of grief, but it's like not. But it's less like grief, but it's like there's still like stages involved. He's trying to get her to jump to fast track right into the acceptance part of the whole thing. But yeah, and obviously she wouldn't take that well. So it's like, whether you find this scene funny or not, that's kind of subjective, really. But like whether or not it gets a laugh out of you is subjective. But it's like the foundation it's there, But we'll see if there's other points that they may bring up as far as the comic relief goes that maybe are a little more that are a bit stronger than this.
You've seen the video,
well, listen, I can't really blame her because Transformers are always trying to kill him. Always tearing up the house, and that's one of the things that only gets her less bitchy and less angry. And I can't even blame her for it because every time that's the thing about it. Every time the Transformers tear up the house, they get new stuff.
Yeah,
the government comes in and gets them a new pool or a new addition to the house, or in this case, well, now she wants.
Fine, if the government's paying, I want a pool and a hot tub, and I'm gonna skinny dip, and you can't say shit about it.
Like, shit,
I got shit to say.
I wasn't gonna say nothing at all. Let me come in and put that dick on you.
That's a win-win for me.
Yeah. And I still try to understand. As you can see, I'm giving her all kind of understanding. Like I said, Transformers always trying to kill him, always tearing up the house. But even after all that understanding and leeway that I gave her, the movie don't want you to like her.
It sure doesn't.
The movie. Listen, I like the woman, but the movie don't want you to like her because sexy. They're like, no, we don't want that. Then whiny. Oh, I understand. Okay, how about bitchy? No, I still get it. All right, how about just fucking stupid?
Oh, no, that's pretty much so look.
It was like it was almost like they were trying to get a laugh out of us so much that when we weren't laughing as much as they wanted us to, they just made us dumb.
I'll run out there and do something.
Just do some slapstick. Yeah, she really is.
Yeah, that little moment like there, I've always kind of wondered, like, what was even going on with that moment? Like, why did she have what looks to be like a waffle maker on her face? Especially when it's very apparent that there wasn't any, like, Transformer that was a waffle maker in that scene. I'm not even, like, it makes you wonder, like, did we miss something? Like, or did she just do that? I don't know. I mean, one point for Double Toasted, I guess. All right.
Give you that.
We'll give you that. It's like I don't understand that either. Onward.
It really is. Her IQ in a matter of 5 minutes just goes like the double digits low.
Oh, there we go. It's just like Hogwarts.
She ain't been to college.
Hogwarts.
She's talking about
Hogwarts.
It's all magical.
And the husband's just like, yeah, just let her ramble.
All right.
When we get back. I'm not
Secret
saying
Sound.
nothing.
Yeah, I met her at the bus stop. She ain't up in no school.
I mean, you could say that she was in a college that didn't quite look like this one. Like there's different kinds of there are colleges out there that not all colleges look the same. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Like I went to a community college. I went to a community college. It didn't look anything like Sam's college, really. So I don't. Yeah, there you go.
Her country ass.
Her country ass. She was fine.
She don't know no better.
I had to wipe her up.
Hey, son, she don't know no better. You know your dumb ass mom.
That's how I got her. Yeah. She didn't know anything better was out there.
Hogwarts, huh? Okay.
Okay, sure.
That's your reference.
I got all this shit. Hogwarts. All right. And then they gave her ass some weed. And then I thought,
for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
God, I hate that
They gave her ass some weed, and I thought, well, you know what? Maybe that's gonna mellow her out. I just made her get on my goddamn nerves even more.
What is that in your hand, by the way?
Oh, I got this at the bake sale for the environment that those boys are having. You
Take it
don't
from
often
her.
see white boys with the dreadlocks.
Yeah, take it from her. And you know that's the mistake. They didn't take it from her. So then they let her eat it, and they lost her ass. Yeah, they lost. She running around that campus. And
acting a fool.
Acting a fool. She's
and you're like, what kind of weed is that? I don't know nobody who ingests weed and it goes this way.
Yeah,
You're
because
supposed to mellow out.
Because she's supposed to mellow out, but the moment they give her this weed, which obviously has some hallucinogens in it, mushrooms and some in it, she out there just running her mouth to everybody on campus.
Hey, you! My son lives in this store.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest expert in terms of how weed is supposed to work, but yeah, I mean, I guess I could kind of understand that. Like, maybe that's not how weed is supposed to work. Like, you're not supposed to act all hyper crazy like this.
No.
I'm not sure.
know.
I mean, I'm sure there is a drug.
It depends. I want to say it depends on whether you ingest it or smoke it. But it would probably be something different other than like weed.
Yeah. Sea Monster Live does not condone the use of drugs, by the way.
Oh yeah, no. Please don't. Please don't. If you value your life, please don't.
I feel like I shouldn't have to say that, but I can't help but it's like, I don't know. I don't even know why I feel like I had to say that, but there you go.
I mean, hey, it's a necessity. It feels like a necessity.
Yeah, you gotta help. Yeah, I mean, disclaimer, folks.
Oh, and he recently had his cherry pop. He didn't know I was in the house. I heard it all.
He throws some shit at her. Shut up.
Wow.
It's like a linebacker tackle this dude. She out there attacking people like a damn bear or something. Yeah, she is.
Oh my God! Caught me off guard.
Yeah, she jumped you off guard because it didn't make any sense. Yeah, she attacked his ass like a damn werewolf. And came out of nowhere. Like, this dude didn't see this shit coming at all. Hiya!
Your ass bad motherfucker. And my man drops like a sack of potatoes. Don't he just, oh shit.
Hell yeah.
Oh, they got me, Lord. Oh, Lord, they got me.
Shit. That wasn't just weed. They gave her ass some bath salts with that. But the movie just goes way too long. It's long enough as it is. We don't need to be spending all this.
Yeah. Pause it for a second. Yeah, I mean, is there like any comment to be made about that at all?
No.
Yeah, they just kind of. I mean, aside from the fact that the movie does overcook it a bit.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, just kind of pause it just to have like a little brief discussion because I don't want to play because I don't want to have the video play for too long without us saying something. Want to make it transformative,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, it's kind of amusing in a way, but but still, it's just kind of
That's really the extent of what it is. Amusing.
Yeah, it's just
And even then, as you said, kind of
overcooked, like marijuana laden brownies, I guess. Yeah. Anyways, onward.
Screen time on this.
I can watch that over.
Although I can watch that.
I mean, that stunt woman fucking goes for it, man. And I'm telling you, man, I got kudos to her. And the dude gets hit.
Right.
I mean, she fucking launches her ass herself.
And apparently, whatever kind of shit she's on, Sam had a little dabble of it.
No, that was the Allspark shard, kind of doing some weird flumps, putting information for where the Matrix and the Sun Harvester are. Well, at least the Sun Harvester is.
Yeah, but that was like a weird psychic thing, right? Or something.
I'm not gonna lie. I will say it's very just kind of it's kind of weird how it does that. It's like, so the Allspark shard is able to like transplant that information into his head. So
Question mark?
It's weird. Revenge of Fallen is a weird movie, I will say.
Yeah. Again,
Don't let
talking
this
the worst of the Bayverse, but Jesus.
Yeah, there's some weird shit here. I mean, yeah. Granted, Double Toasted's video is trying way too hard to like find things wrong with it, like saying like, "Oh, Sam is like on that weed and all that," but it's like, guys, just put a disclaimer out. It's like, no, it's not weed that was making him bug out. It was the Allspark shard that was making him do
Right
that.
there.
It's in the movie, guys. How many
In the
times do I have
movie,
to
all you
say
have to
it?
do is look. All you have to do is use your eyes.
Yeah.
Was that Rainbow?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
That fool he rushes the stage. Whatever that mushroom bath salt PCP cocaine
Yeah,
is.
whatever the fuck that was, boy.
That fool was ready. He said, "Shit, I ready to teach class."
Break down the element components of energy. See what constant carry. Strapped to the breach of the.
Oh damn!
Boy, somebody get put a pacifier in his mouth. He turned some orange juice.
Yeah.
Sit down.
Somebody get his ass a Jolly Rancher and a bottle of water.
Like go with pile of shit.
Go for
what, I saw him immediately. He was on masterclass.
Okay.
I'll be looking at that class.
Okay, all right. So they're just doing like an ad for something called Masterclass. So actually, we could skip this whole part entirely. So I do have a time code for where you could skip it to.
Yeah, give it to me.
41. We'll do 4116. No. I gotta here, let me do a quick restroom break here.
All right.
I'm also going to take a short break to grab a drink, and I need to rest my eyes for a few seconds.
Yeah, so Vic, the floor is yours.
Yep.
All right. Let's see. Where is the chat? Let's see here. Like I was saying beforehand, let's see. I think I've watched Transformers, the first Bayverse movie. I remember watching The Fallen, Age of Extinction. I think I watched. The Last Night. I don't think I ever watched in full. I watched Bumblebee, which I think is really good. Seems pretty divisive in the community as far as I can tell. You either like it because it's a great movie, or you don't like it because it's not entirely quote unquote a Transformers movie. Like you'll see people who either praise like the first 5 minutes on Cybertron, and then not care for like the rest of the movie. But I think it's really good. The story, even outside of Bumblebee himself, I think is really good when it comes to like Charlie, and her arc in the story. Rise of the Beast, like I said, I think it was a fun movie. I think could have used a little more time to cook on the script. And so much as that, I think the stakes could have been lowered a bit. And just, or this should save the movie for something later down the line, because I don't know, it just feels so high stakes. I feel like if you took out the what are they called? I don't know, the Animorphs. I forget what they're called, but the Beast
Maximals?
Transformers. The what?
The Maximals?
Maximals. There you go. Maximals. I think if you took them out and then just had it be the main three, what are they called?
The Terracons.
Yeah. If it was just like the refugee Transformers and then the Terracons, maybe with some allusion to the big guy. I forget. I'm blanking on the names.
Unicron?
Yeah, Unicron. It was just a little bit of an allusion to him, and it was just the Terracons and the Autobots. I think it would have been better. And then later on, we get the bigger stakes.
Yeah, it kind of Rise of the Beast definitely has a thing where it comes off like it was like it's 3 movies, just kind of like they're trying their best to like streamline like 3 movies worth of plot into one film when it's like they didn't really need to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's like, oh, we gotta. It's like, oh, people want Beast Wars, or the Maximals, introduced in the live action. All right, let's do that. Oh, wait, we need to also like introduce like Unicron, but like properly this time, not whatever the hell the last night tried to do with it. Like, okay, let's all right, let's do that. Oh wait, yeah, we also gotta do something to get the Autobots to fight not Decepticons, but like a faction of evil robot Transformers that are still villainous. So just try to find some way to
why not the Predacons? That's too easy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, it's kind of it really it's just kind of Rise of the Beast like as enjoyable as that is as a movie. It's like it's kind of it's a bit of
I think the best way I would describe it is messy. Like
it's a bit
enjoyably messy.
Yeah, it's kind of a mess when you think about it. Like it's less messy than something like like Revenge of the Fallen or Age of Extinction or The Last Night, but it's still pretty messy. It's not as tight as it could have been. It's not as tight as Bumblebee or even the first and third Bayformers films.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I would rank it, like sort of between there, like better than some of the Bayformers films, but not as good as Bumblebee or the 2 remaining Bayformers films.
Yeah.
So or it not as good as Transformers 1, obviously. So, like that's
absolutely not. Hell, I would probably put the '86 movie as well above them.
Controversial take here. I don't know if I would even do that I don't know if I would put the '86 film like above like a lot of the other films. Really, I would put it above The Last Night and Revenge of the Fallen and Age of Extinction at the very least.
Yeah. I rewatched the '86 film like 2-3 days ago, and it's pretty solid. It still holds up pretty well.
I mean, it's a fun movie, don't get me wrong, but it's like I kind of think it peaked during the first third of the film, but then as it kind of went along, it was just like
once they escape from Autobot City, like once everything after Megatron becomes Galvatron, and Optimus Prime dies, I think it just slows down. Granted, I do really like Rodimus's arc. Like I really like how they handled Rodimus.
I think Rodimus's arc could have worked rather well if the film just kind of took more time to like really let it took like some downtime to like really let it sort of develop as opposed to just kind of like because the way events sort of play out in that film, it's just like, and now we're moving into this planet. Now we're on to we got the Junkions, now we got the Quintessons, and now we got we got other it kind of seemed like a whole bunch of like vignettes, from the G1 cartoon, just sort of mashed together into one film, and not with like obviously with I mean like there is like a thread to it, which is to stop Unicron, but even then it's just not that tight. Let's just say.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something I felt. That's something I felt when we watched. Like the overall story, I think is really solid, but the pacing does not do it any favors. I think it's just because of how well. Because I watched this with Transformers One in mind. I rewatched it with Transformers One in mind, seeing how well it would hold up in comparison. I think TF1's pacing definitely hurt my perception of the pacing with the '86 movie. Because the first time I watched the '86 movie, it didn't really have that problem. It didn't. The pacing didn't really feel terrible, but following TF1, there was something with it that changed with the pacing. I think it's just because I'm used to TF1's pacing.
The funny thing is, like, I felt a similar issue about the '86 film's pacing, except I watched the '86 film for the first time pretty much like a week or so before TF1 even came out. So it's not even so I don't even have so I didn't even have TF1 as a reference for why the '86 film. Yeah, while as much as I enjoyed it, it didn't quite resonate with me as well. There's a lot of other things, and I would say another thing is and this is also another bit of a controversial take. This could be even more so. As much of a banger as the soundtrack for the film is, the way it's sort of incorporated into the film, it's kind of overbearing. Even that iconic "You Got the Touch" song, it kind of seems out of place somewhat from when Optimus Prime shows up. That is a real controversial take, and but honestly, it's I can't help but think that there was a better song choice you could have had, or at least cut it off at a certain point.
I disagree with the touch and dare with your perception of how they handled the touch and dare, because dare especially, that's basically Rodimus's theme. That song basically serves as Rodimus's theme. Actually, I was talking to Kaiju Kuru about this on Discord recently. The touch and dare basically symbolize Rodimus and leadership, the role of leader, and Optimus Prime itself. When the touch returns at the ending, it's Rodimus becoming the role of Hot Rod becoming Rodimus Prime, taking the role that Optimus Prime took before him. Dare was played before that when Hot Rod and the others were headed down into Unicron Hot Rod to confront Galvatron and everyone else to save the survivors, Jazz, Cliffjumper, and Spike. So when that happened, it's basically musical storytelling with Hot Rod becoming Rodimus Prime and taking the role via the touch, him gaining, for lack of a better phrase, the touch and wielding the power.
Yeah. That's pretty much a fair point. That's fair. I guess the only thing I would say is as far as when the touch is used for the first time, for Optimus Prime coming in and kind of kicking ass and taking names, it's when he first enters in and starts taking on all the Decepticons and essentially turning the tide of the fight. Seemingly, the song fits perfectly fine there, but I think the song could have just. I think it would have been better once he has that fight with Megatron. I think the song should have just they could have stuck with something a little more dramatic than that.
That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair. I think it just works because that's basically Optimus Prime's theme, and it's sort of the idea of who he is as a character and the role of leadership, setting up that role for Hot Rod's arc.
Yeah. I mean, I get you. Yeah, it's definitely musical storytelling that
which automatic and it backs up what it's telling us by showing it.
Yeah. That's fair. I guess we could get back into to the thing.
We should probably continue.
All right, gonna dive right in.
Yeah.
Out there for your support. Mom Arsam ain't got nothing on the crude and just downright childish humor in this movie. I mean, I would say nasty, but it's just childish.
Childish, yeah.
And it runs, like I said, this is what we are padding out this movie with. Like you said, you know, they don't waste no time with it. 10 minutes in, we already got dogs fucking.
Mojo, no dominating Frankie.
Yeah. Yeah, need I say more, I guess.
Yeah.
Less said about this, the better. Like, we didn't need this.
Get the hell off the couch.
We didn't need it all 3 times it happened.
Yeah.
And hard
You
too.
sure was, look, I told you, I had a top bunk.
Yeah.
I learned it from you, Dad.
Yeah.
New fish.
Frankie tried to get away, and Mojo like, you better get your ass back over here. I ain't done yet.
Mojo,
Watch, look
no
at him.
dominating
Hey,
Frankie.
come here, bring your ass here. Frankie like, help me. Y'all see what's going on? Now, this was funny because I'm making it sound like Frankie getting something he don't want to get. I think both Frankie and Mojo were enjoying this because they got chased out the house for being nasty.
Frankie, Mojo out.
Get your nasty ass out of here.
Well,
So they said, let's take this somewhere a little more.
That moment right there where they were shooting out of the house, that's before we see them start humping each other.
Yeah, that's before
like
any
the
of that
shot
happens.
that shot of the 2 dogs just sitting there, that's pretty much like immediately cut after. That's like a harsh cut from when Demolisher gets his face blown off to the dog sitting there. It's not even like, so yeah, the humping doesn't come until afterwards.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not even that much of a mark against Double Toasted at this point, considering they already have quite a bit. But it's still just like, why even make this point?
Yeah.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, sure. Yeah. Onward.
A little more private. Let's take this somewhere a little. We can have a little more privacy with each other, like a damn birdhouse. This ain't the first time we see animals humping in his movies.
Right.
Rat sex going on. Turns out, no, he loves watching things
Just humping.
anything. He likes watching anything hump. So we got this character named Wheelie. Some of y'all know Wheelie, but not like this Wheelie right here.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Probably the worst character of this
I was
movie.
like, this is just stupid.
Right?
It's always like, what?
Yeah.
Why are you talking with a Brooklyn accent?
Yeah. And also, he also has to put his own dog in there too.
Is that his dog?
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's his dog, yeah.
Mastiff's in there.
I wish he stopped doing this.
Yeah, his dog named Bone Crusher.
Megan Fox gets a hold of his.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, he named it after the Decepticon that it was just like tearing up shit at the highway before he gets his face stabbed up by Optimus. You know, it's. I mean, Bone Crusher. That's a badass name. I don't have I ain't got no problems with it. I will say, here's the thing: as arguably annoying as Wheelie is in this film, oh god, this is like another controversial opinion of mine regarding the '86 film. The '86 version of Wheelie, I'd say, is like more annoying.
I mean, they're both bad. And yes,
true. It's just a matter of like which one I think is worse.
You and I both pissed off the G1 fans with that. I mean, I already pissed them off by saying I haven't even seen the show. I haven't seen the original show. I've seen pretty much everything else, not the original show.
I'm probably pissing people off already, saying like I like Dark of the Moon more than '86.
Of his ass.
Is that the best you got, huh? What are you doing here, you little freak? Oh, that's my eye, you crazy bitch!
Oh shit! He actually said it. He went there.
Hey, you thought he gonna stop?
Yeah, I thought he was.
Crazy bitch!
See, this is the
I thought he
problem.
was gonna say something worse.
Well,
You crazy whore.
The fact that
now,
that's
see,
Tom
is
Kenny
one of
makes
the
it even
problems with the
funnier to
movie. It's
me.
Like, man,
Yeah.
some of the stuff just don't mix well. Like, you got all this nasty
That's why I
crude
like this
humor, then
movie
you got the
more.
serious moments with humans, and then these characters are cartoons. Him and Megan Fox, they decide to become friends once he realized how bad the Decepticons are.
I'm changing sides too, warrior goddess.
Well, that's because Jetfire kind of also encouraged the wheelie because Jetfire's all like, oh, I pretty much decided I don't want to be a Decepticon anymore. I mean, who wants to be like live a life filled with hate? You know, like free love, baby, or not exactly like that, but like Jetfire's all like yeah, I don't want to be part of that faction of those miserable dickweeds who want to destroy everything. Like, why would I want to live a life like that? That kind of encourages Wheelie to be like, oh yeah, it's like, oh yeah, that's right. I don't want to be part of this either.
Yeah.
I mean, it's out of nowhere. Granted, not much setup, but it is.
It's still there.
There's something there.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your little Autobot?
Oh, you're cute.
Name's Wheelie. Yeah. Say my name.
Like everybody, like, what the fuck?
Tom Kenny was in a lot of
this?
Transformers stuff by this
Yeah, I
point.
know. It's like everybody else.
Yeah.
All right.
That was for no reason.
Mm-mm.
I'm looking at them just kind of like with Michael Bay. I'm like, what's wrong with you?
And, yeah, and you hired a CG artist just to do this.
By the way, again,
No,
to my point, I hate these designs because
he didn't just hire a CG artist to do this. He hired CG artists for anything that the Transformers are in, which granted includes this scene too, but that's beside the point. But still, yeah.
Because Wheelie's an actual character and looks nothing like this right
really?
here. Yeah, that's Wheelie right there.
Oh,
yeah, Wheelie don't look like this right here.
Ew.
Yeah, sure. He's like, I sure the fuck don't. Look at that.
Yeah, what is that?
Shit, you can't roll up on a leg with that. Maybe he really is just childish, humping and things like butts and everything. Just make Michael Bay giggle, man. Because he shows it when it's not even, he shows this kind of stuff when it's not even necessary. John Turturro is one of our great actors out there.
Yeah.
And actually he's good in this. I mean, because he's a professional.
Where's the whitefish?
You want those new teeth?
Yeah, John Turturro's great.
It's like green. And there's another thing. We just put Billy Bob teeth on this man for no reason.
Got his eyes bugged out.
Yeah. This is because it's funny,
right?
To him,
right?
This is a goddamn Transformers movie. I mean, like, what's happening?
It's like, you sure? This is what I'm talking about. You took this damn radio-looking motherfucker out of here, you would miss nothing. And then and then turn around and have him literally show his ass in the movie.
All I ever wanted to be was an astronaut. Hold those.
What is that?
Oh, thank God they blurred that.
Between his teeth and his ass, these are things I don't need. Now I'm about to get real stupid on your ass. We almost thought we were out. They bring in Devastator. Y'all know Devastator, the fans out there. It's the Decepticon that forms a giant robot like Voltron when all these when all these construction vehicles get together.
Oh, Devastator.
Yeah, this is fucking awesome. Yeah, it looks fucking awesome. Look at that. I mean, it's a bit busy, sure, but it looks fucking awesome.
This was, from what I've heard, this was an absolute struggle to get done. Since the damn thing took up so much file space.
Yeah, see, Animus and I even had like a brief discussion of it during what was it, like the Cinemassacre Godzilla 2014 stream? I believe.
I think you did. I think it was there.
And everyone said computers literally crashed because trying to render this thing, but that's because the technology, computers back in 2008 or 2009 when they were making this, they weren't as up to snuff to handle this kind of intricacy with CGI as they do now.
Yeah, it's like
a lot of computers died.
I can only imagine them trying to render something like King of the Monsters or God forbid, GXK nowadays. Like back then.
Here's the thing. I would argue that this CGI here, from a 15-year-old movie, still, I may even say looks better than GXK. At least like not all of GXK, but there's definitely quite a few points where the CGI in GXK is like, ooh, okay, maybe not that. Whereas shots like this and Revenge of the Fallen,
Godzilla Evolving is probably the big go-to for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good shot. That's some good CGI there. I will say.
Yes. 50-50.
Okay.
A few shots and a few frames. Oh, generally, I think is machinery easier to have it to be lifelike than organic things?
Good question. Here's the thing. Even Rise of the Beast, had siege. The Transformers in Rise of the Beast still don't look awful bad really, but they definitely seem like a bit of a downgrade compared to from what we see and stuff like this.
Yeah, and it's mainly because ILM wasn't working on that. They were working on TF1 by that point. At least it's presumed such.
Yeah,
and,
I would say from the first three films, like the first three, the original trilogy of the Bayverse, it's like chef's kiss in terms of CGI for the most part, at least.
There's some shoddy stuff here. There's some shoddy stuff here, especially with Last Night and a bit of Age of Extinction. But wow,
I would say Age of Extinction probably has the weakest CG and green screen of the Bayverse. Because there are literally points. It's even pointed out in other sources, including Pointless Hub's vid, where they literally forgot to add in CG where they're supposed to be where the green screens are. You can see little monitors there that still have the green screen that look unfinished. So yeah, it's pretty if you look for it, you'll find it. Let's just say.
Yeah.
But the Last Night is kind of a step up in terms of that. It's still not the best that the Bayverse has to offer, but it is improved more so than not.
Yeah, fair. Granted, I refused to rewatch The Last Night.
That one was kind of cool.
No, I really think it's a badass effect. And Devastator again looks nothing like nothing like the toy or the cartoon or anything.
It don't look nothing like it.
Because I think Devastator, he's all green, right, and then purple, and this is everything. But you know what? Okay, whatever. It's a movie. It's different. Because I'll tell you this: the thing that they did with Devastator, they made him.
Pause. Why the hell were you complaining about the Autobots earlier then?
Yeah, why? That's a good question. Why did you harp on the Autobots so much about their designs? Not saying anything nice about them, but you look at Devastator. It's like, oh yeah, it looks nothing like the
is
thing.
Devastator the exception? Is Devastator the exception?
I don't know what. I don't even know what to even make of this. What am I like? What? Yeah, what is even the exception to that? Yeah, and now I'm confused. This is just confusing now. It's like, okay, so it's not cool. The Bayverse designs aren't cool until they are? Question mark? What the fuck? What?
Dude, what?
Hold a position. If you're pretty much that fervent about this position, stick with it.
Pick a lane, damn it. Are they cool or are they not?
Yeah, are they
okay? I get the Bayverse designs are mixed in terms of quality every now and then, but you clown on them all, and then you make the one exception for Devastator.
Yeah, you're just like, oh yeah, it looks not. Yeah, you make the exception for Devastator. It's like, oh, it looks nothing like the cartoon, but at least it looks cool.
I'm someone who actually likes that design.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Yeah, the Devastator design in this film is pretty cool. I pretty much would say I would say it's not even, and it's like it's a cool design in a movie that's filled with really cool designs.
Yeah.
That like
the
banger after banger.
The Fallen looking like a Bionicle, it just makes it better for me.
Yeah, I mean a little bit. I mean it kind of makes a little bit. It kind of makes sense in the context of the plot for that character
and
too.
also the fact that he's extremely skeletal in nature adds to the credence of him being, old.
Ancient. Yeah, being ancient. Like Sideswipe has a cool design. I don't care if he doesn't look anything like how he did in G1. It's still a badass design that he has in this and Dark of the Moon. Ironhide, cool design carried over from the first movie, Optimus Prime. Bumblebee, really cool designs. Megatron has, Megatron, I like the design for him in Revenge of the Fallen, but it's kind of a toss. But I'm wondering if I like the first movie more, his design in the first film more so. I think it's a little maybe bit much. I don't know. Maybe it's just like a bit too bulky for him or something, especially when he's supposed to be seem to be like much stronger supposedly, but then we see him just getting beat by Optimus, anytime they have a face off, and he can only defeat Optimus by just sneaking up on him. I really like Starscream's overall deco in the film, even though it's
I disagree on that.
Oh, okay. This movie is filled with really cool designs overall for the Transformers. Devastator is one of them. I could take or I could definitely take or leave some, like the RC sisters, yeah, and Skids and Mudflap. I just,
Skids and Mudflap speak for themselves.
Yeah, they kind of.
Both in a design and character standpoint.
Yeah, I get what the designs kind of go for. It's just that what they're going for is it's just really what they're actually going for is just horrifically misguided. And I even like Jetfire sort of design for what they were going for with that character. So, so yeah, you got to be consistent with this. Because you got to go through each design and all that. But then again, these guys don't care. They're just no, we don't like the Bayverse designs, except for Devastator. Even though he has a lot of the reasons why we don't like the Bayverse designs, arguably even more, and he should arguably be even more so because he's got so many things going on in terms of the intricacies and details and what have you. In terms of parts and everything, he looks cool. I don't understand.
And that's not even getting into his creation, because again, that thing crashed their computers. The thing crashed the computers creating them.
Yeah, the movie may as well have had some text during the credits saying "in memoriam of all of our computers." In memory of Gary's computer, where he has all the anime porn or something. I don't know.
Yes. He has his copy of Kiss Players.
Yeah. All right. Let's get it going. We're making good time, actually. 25 minutes left. All right. I think we might be able to pull this off, people.
Threatening, and in the movie, he actually feels threatening for a little bit. People, it's working. It's one of the few things that work in this movie. It's good as it is. Michael Bay said, "No, it ain't. Not childish enough."
I am directly below. The enemy screwed him.
and said scrotum just in case.
Yeah, just in case you didn't get it.
Just in case you didn't understand it or didn't get it. Yeah, balls.
For the people in the cheap seats.
The only time that Michael Bay is not using
There
body
you go,
parts
Antonio.
for laughs and jokes and giggles.
Yep, yeah, there you go, Antonio. We highlighted your chat there. But we got the scrotum bit. And yeah, the scrotum part is like after that whole thing with Devastator using the the vortex grinder? Is it what it's called?
I think so.
We'll just say the big suck, I guess, just because it sounds funnier. But yeah,
Giggles is on them girls. With them girls, he's serious in the motherfucker.
Yeah.
All right, damn thing funny about that.
All right, everybody, shut the fuck up and stop laughing. We got to get serious over this.
Yeah, let's get serious for a moment. Andy. Come on.
I'm gonna need you to get right up.
Yeah.
He's like, got it.
Yeah. Can we quit playing now? Can we stop being so childish and talk about something serious like ass?
Oh, god damn.
Cause man, listen, y'all thought Megan Fox was hot. Y'all know she's always been over something.
Yep. No reason about
it. Michael Bay always grabbing her by her head and just making her bend over, man. Every girl under 30 is a model. No matter where you go.
Hey man. I mean, I how can anyone complain about that shot? If you ask me. I mean, I get it. It would seem kind of weird to say, like, oh yeah, this is in a Transformers movie. I mean, I get that, but it's like, I don't know.
I don't know. It's funny, I guess.
So the most in the most down to earth, normal of places, man. Sam is in a co-ed dorm just so you can see fine ass models walking around everywhere.
You're welcome. He's
so you're a creep.
Yeah. All of them strutting around like they on the catwalk runway.
Yeah, they're just gonna walk around with towels on.
The frat parties, in any other, in many movies, and especially in the real world, frat parties, they look like kids in a dirty ass house. A frat party in Bay World, that shit looks like an LA nightclub.
Pause it. Yep, pause it for copyright, because it's, again, licensed song. I mean, it's a bit heightened reality for sure. For what this is. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't really expect to see this at a real life frat house. But
yeah, no. Sorry. Also, if you hear anything in the back, that's my roommate.
Cool.
Man, get the fuck out of here! Man, that is a Miami ass club on fire.
Get the fuck out of here, stand in line. Get in
by
line.
Steve Wynn.
Look at this. Yeah, even they can believe it. Like, damn.
Yeah, there's a VIP section.
Yeah, this is straight up a male fantasy right here. Because there's nothing but fine ass model, top tier caliber ass girls at this college, man.
All getting their education.
Get the
fuck out of here.
Oh no, they getting their education because they can't wait to go to class and try to fuck the professor.
Oh
yeah.
Rainn Wilson with a scarf on.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's Dwight from The Office.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As well as like the one guy from the rich guy from the Meg. So
yeah,
that's him.
Yeah.
Just
speaking of the Meg, I think he actually played a really good character in that movie.
Yeah, the Meg is actually pretty good. Like, the Meg is surprisingly good.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
Yeah, man. Because in this where they can't wait to have sex with older men.
Pause for copyright.
Finish that for me.
But look at this, all of them just
Oh my
with his teeth right here. And
Again, first day.
first day.
Yeah.
First day. You want to fuck the professor so bad that she willing to eat the
Floor apple. A floor apple.
She willing to eat food not only off his dirty ass foot, but off the floor. I mean, and they loving it so much. Shit, they can't wait. They looking at each other like they want to make out and have sex with each other.
All
Hi,
right.
Animus.
Shit, I can't get him. Let's fuck each other. And now you thinking, oh shit, you wait till the dean hears about this.
I will not be punked.
She's there. Is she wet as hell too?
Yeah, I know. Oh my God.
She's there.
You know what? He's got all these, I know. That is ridiculous.
She's there not because she's like looking at the class and trying to supervise them. She's trying to fuck too. The thing is, man, you have to be a real.
Where's the evidence for that? I know this is a joke, but you can. At this point, how many times can I say, like, look, I get that you guys are doing this for fun and all that, but it's like, but really, it's like this. It's getting so blurry in terms of like, is this supposed to be an actual point? Is there any evidence for this? Or are you guys just taking the piss out of it? Like,
Are you guys being genuine or joking?
Yeah, it's like we don't even. Here's the thing: we don't see the dean. You know, we don't even. This is like the only shot that we see of the dean in that scene. It's like Dr. Seuss. The only time we see the dean in the scene. I don't know, but yeah, but it's like, how do you know that she wants to fuck Dwight Schrute from The Office? Like, how do you get? Like, where's the evidence for that? How do you know that she isn't just there because, like, totally? CinemaSins rules. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I mean, kind of a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's. Yeah, it's just in a different coat and varnish than CinemaSins. It's like
the context is different.
Yeah. How dare they have fantasy elements in this film, sci-fi space robot film? This is a film about alien robots intended for children.
That sentence right there is really funny when considering The Last Night.
That's funny when you try to apply it to Dark of the Moon. That's weird. It's like hello.
Like, considering the entire Bayverse as a whole, especially The Last Night, that is hilarious.
Yeah, it's a film about it's a film about giant robots intended for children, yet one of these movies doesn't really have the giant robots in all that much, but rather spends more time with Anthony Hopkins being crazy.
Yeah, and also Mark Wahlberg being Mark Wahlberg.
I must say, as much of a what?
Sorry, I have a horde of zombies up against me in Minecraft.
Oh, okay. I would say, as much of a boatload of insanity that movie is, or even just that whole aspect of Anthony Hopkins in that film, like, I'm not gonna lie, he's probably my favorite thing in that movie. Like, he's like that actor is like he's
the only
so
one who
like
actually seemed to give a crap.
Like, he seems to be or at least he's having like so much fun with it, and it's like the character is like just kind of almost weirdly fascinating for how bizarre he is. Granted, a good chunk of his dialogue is mainly like providing, just doing like expository diarrhea about lore that just breaks the canon of the Bayverse, like even more than ever.
It's just screw you, continuity.
Continuity, what is it? Like every major event in human history, Transformers had a hand in. We're doing it. We're just saying, like, fuck it. There's hardly any piece of significant human history that isn't connected to Transformers in some capacity, right down to Frederick Douglass.
Mother of God. Actually, no, she had nothing to do with that.
Quick side note, have any of you guys seen any of the recent Transformers drama going on Twitter?
Oh, what?
Well, like just this one right now I'm seeing happening is like there's this guy who like tweeted Transformers Age of Extinction made $1 billion, Transformers 1 98 million. And he says, "Oh, everyone loves Michael Bay more than they do whatever's happening now, and they should bring Michael Bay back."
Hello, the Last Night lost a shit ton of money because of Age of
Did you forget what
Extinction.
happened after that? Did you completely forget about what happened after Age of Extinction's release?
Age of Extinction made a shit ton of money, but word of mouth was like so bad for that movie that it carried over. It basically just doomed The Last Night, at the box office. Like,
That movie.
Like, I'm
Last
sorry,
Night was an absolute lost cause by that point. I'm sorry, and don't even get me started on Bumblebee. And like Bay wasn't involved in either Bumblebee or or Rise of the Beasts, but like even then, Bumblebee was way better received word of mouth wise. You're not telling me that at least like come on, dude.
Dude, even Rise of the Beast was received better than a lot of Bayformers films, really. Like, and even but that film was kind of like, I pretty much wonder like how that movie like didn't do that well. Like, it could be because Transformers films were going out of style by that point, or if it's just
or The Last Night's Legacy. The Last Night's Legacy lives on.
Yeah, and not to mention like 2023 was like a disastrous year for big budget Hollywood films that aren't called Barbie and Oppenheimer and Mario.
Yeah. And Godzilla.
And Godzilla, yeah. Well, I mean, at least in terms of just American,
but still.
At least in terms of American cinema, let's just say, it was a lot. Like there was hardly any movie that did that well in theaters back in 2023 that came out from Hollywood. But yeah.
Creep for these girls to not get with you. You see that, and some of the guys are.
While he's making up with his MacBook, he's hot.
We're hunting.
We going hunting.
Yeah.
And he's like, I thought I was the nerdy guy.
You really have to have some bad game not to get them, and they in their game,
and they got bad game.
Never known animal as a topic. They say I've got like 18 inches of meat.
I got 18 inches of meat.
He's just trying to give her a pizza.
No, he's trying to give her his dick.
I know what I'm saying, but I mean, like the
yeah, I will say,
the pizza.
Yeah, he's trying his hardest. Yeah,
I will just say, full disclosure, I've never cared for Leo Spitz in this film. I've never cared for this character. Like, it was like the only part that I liked of him was when he got tased. Just like it's actually genuinely kind of funny. And that's because John Turturro tases him. He's like, God damn it, I can't take that guy anymore. It's like, good, you should have done it. It's like, you should have done that sooner, quite frankly. Yeah, I mean, as bad as Skids and Mudflap are in this film, like, I don't know, like, even Skids and Mudflap get more of a chuckle from me than Leo, which, I mean, that's pretty bad if you ask me, but that's I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah, whatever I got
this pizza ready. So this chick, now I told you there was something up with her.
Mm-hmm. The one from the car.
Oh yeah. So again, on to stick with this female theme that we got going on here. So she's the thing that's going with her. We should have known. She's a female Terminator right here. Because when you don't have a script, you just steal from somebody that does. Another excuse for Michael Bay to put a hot chick in here.
And you notice how like that first tentacle came out of her ass.
What?
And that's how we know she's a Terminator, because Look, it could have came out of anywhere.
It could have come out of anywhere.
But we wouldn't be able to get that ass shot in the paint.
Had to lift that skirt.
If they ain't ripping off Terminator, there's a part where they went in and, like you said, there's no explanation for this. The Allspark or whatever, it just turns applying.
I will say, I mean, as far as like their point about how Alice, the pretender in this film, is like a Terminator knockoff, here's it. I don't know. It could be perhaps like maybe it could just be completely coincidence. I could probably give them some point there where it's like it may have just been completely coincidental that Michael Bay, implemented a human transformer in this film, because it's like, oh, hey, kind of like Terminator, right? It's like, well, yeah, but there was also.
I mean, there is precedent for this in the franchise. So
it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, someone would be like, yeah, but apparently there's also like these transformers that turn into humans. It's like, so they're just robots in disguise as humans, like Terminators. Like, yeah, I guess you could say that. So, yeah, it's like I'm not sure whether the accidental influence sort of begins and where that ends, where the whole like accidental like sort of borrowing from using the source material even sort of begins. Like it's unclear where the influence of Terminator ends and where the whole like actually like taken from the source material of the cartoon sort of of the toy line kind of begins here. Like that's definitely a bit blurry. I'd be curious to see, like, so Michael Bay, were you aware that there were pretenders that were a thing in Transformers, or did you just take this because you did Terminator, about Terminator? I'd be interested.
Was Terminator 3 out by that point?
Terminator 3 came out in 2003. This was 2009. And funny thing, Terminator Salvation came out the same year as Revenge of the Fallen, but yeah, I definitely think if there would be any sort of Terminator film that this could take from, it would be the third one. For sure.
Sciences and mechanics into little gremlins, which rips off what else? Gremlins. It's enough. You got to rip off Gremlins, but damn, you Bay gonna be Bay. Dude farted for no reason. Jesus. Some people may take offense to this oversimplified sexual objectification of women in this movie right here. Well, the thing is, hey, listen, if you want to make an argument for it, at least they look good. They're all beautiful. They do. So, with that said. And people say, well, we're going to get to who. Yeah, people, nothing beats the offensiveness of these damn coombots over here. Mud flaps and skids.
Call green. I got the green. That hurts, man. It's supposed to hurt. It's an ass kicking.
They come in acting a fool. God. Come in acting this shit. Come in acting ignorant. I remember when I saw the movie, I heard him the first time. I was like, damn, this is bad, man. I didn't think it'd get any worse.
Why don't you get a haircut with your bitch?
I saw that gold tooth and I was like, God damn you, Bay. So I was like, come on, man.
You didn't need to do that. I agree. I agree with everything they're saying about Skids and Mudflap. They didn't need to do that.
No, no, they didn't.
No, we don't really do much reading.
Oh, boy, just have them throw some dice and drink some malt liquor at this point.
Man, I mean, you ain't gotta double tap.
He's like, yeah, I do. Yeah, I guess so. It's so bad. I think I even heard one of them say the N-word. You tell me.
That ain't hurt. You got that, don't you? I'm getting up. I'm getting up.
Whoa! Did you? Okay, I was wondering. I said they ain't gonna hear like I hear, but did you hear it?
I hear, yeah. I heard it.
Listen, y'all.
That ain't hurt. You got that, don't you? I'm getting up. I'm getting up.
Come on, man. Yeah, I mean,
listen. Even if it wasn't what we heard, it sounds too close. It
sounds very.
Not that I'm trying to.
It's not. No, they said no. Skid said let go. He said let go. He just said it in a way where it sounded like one word as opposed to two. He's like, let go. But it's more like, let go.
What'd you say, Sea Monster? What'd you say?
What? No, he
What
said,
did you
let go. He said, let
Oh.
go. He said, let go. Whatever. The way Skid said it, it sounded like he was saying, let go. Like it's like one word. So, I mean, I don't know what, like, because Bumblebee grabbed him and he's all like, he's all like, hey, let go. I'm not done beating up my brother. You know? Like, guys, come on. Like, yes, Skids and Mudflap are, they're Skids and Mudflap. I mean, what else? What can be said? I mean, how else can I describe them other than that? Yes. But that's not what, but they did not say what you guys thought they said. I did, like, you're gonna say, like, well, even if that's not what they said, it sounds too close and given what we're looking at, I don't know. It's like no, they did not say that word. Would like to hear the whole clip rather than the edits. The whole clip of that scene. I think you might actually be able to find the scene on YouTube. Let me pull it up.
Is the Animus in the chat?
Yes.
Yes. He's been in there for a bit. I don't know if Kuru's still in there.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, he conveniently cut it off. Yeah. They did. Petra. Okay, Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen Petra, because it's like they're at the Petra, which is a landmark, in there, near Egypt or in Egypt or in somewhere around there.
Somewhere around that area.
That general area, yeah. Let's just say, or let me see, what else? It could. I think you could also say Tomb of the Primes, maybe as well. Oh yeah, here we go. Tomb of the the scene that's called Tomb of the Primes. That's where. Here, let me pull it up here. Just give me a minute. This would be a good way to sort of like transform the content,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, that's a little bit further back than I would like. It's still a little bit further back. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Give me a second. Okay. Here's the thing. Like there's pretty much like other, again, they're going for like such a low hanging fruit when they could easily point out issues like the whole thing of how if Skids and Mudflap didn't suddenly like start getting into a tussle with each other and didn't accidentally like make that crack in the wall there, they would be stuck there and not be able to find the Tomb of the Primes, which means the plot wouldn't continue forward as it needs to. There's valid critiques that can be made against Revenge of the Fallen, but they're going for the low hanging fruit, and it's just. It's a real shame that there isn't enough people out there that could actually do that for these films. I mean, like, there's like a user out there. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Like the Bayverse movies, I'm always gonna keep bringing this up. These are fish in a barrel. This is a fish in a barrel stuff. This is all really easy, and they're gifted. And sometimes you're gifted a freaking minigun, flamethrower, railgun, or something else.
Yeah.
Oh, hell, I'd imagine one guy had an orbital strike at some point. But like, how are you missing some of this?
Yeah, how are you missing out? Like, this movie has been out for 15 years. You're telling me that that after 15 years somebody wouldn't come in and be like, no, let's actually do like a thorough critique on the script for Revenge of the Fallen and not just go for like the most obvious thing of like, Skids and Mudflap. Yeah, of course. I mean, we say more. Moving right along.
It's probably because much like the Godzilla franchise, nobody is taking Transformers that seriously.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. All right, here we go. All right, I got the scene here. Give me a second. Oh, hold on a sec. There we go. I even have this clip right here. Okay. Okay. I'm just literally playing the actual clip itself through my phone here. So just bear with me here. All right, here we go. Yeah, he's saying "let go." Did anyone catch that?
No, it just sounded like warbling on my end, but yeah.
Shoot. Well, I tried.
It didn't sound like any cohesive word. It just sounded like a warble.
Yeah, it's not the. Yeah, that's not exactly the best quality clip.
Do you want me to find the clip, or do you want?
No.
I think the point.
Let's continue. We are 3.5. We are like 3.5 hours in.
I think the point is Skids and Mudflap did not say the naughty word that Corey and the guys here thought they pretty much think they may have said. That's really the point here. They're making the move again. It's another thing where they're making a movie that's already has like enough bad things in it to make a quite compelling Longman sort of style critique on it. And they're just making up issues for the movie when it's completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
I mean, like, again, it's the whole thing of I'm kind of amazed that they haven't even addressed the whole thing with Galloway here. It's like, as far as, the director Galloway, the guy there with the glasses who, for instance, like Optimus kind of like talks about how there's like 6 Decepticon incursions that they've encountered in the year, each on a different continent. And the last one was, which was Shanghai, was like the very, that's kind of the thing that's very special. And now they're trying to figure out what Demolisher was meaning when he said the fallen shall rise again. And he says like that they're clearly looking for something. And they're just trying to figure out what that is. And Galloway comes right in. The galaxy brain that he is all like, "Excuse me, with this Allspark no longer among us, now destroyed, why hasn't the enemy left like you thought they would?" It's like he literally just said that they're trying to figure that out. You idiot! Like, hello,
my guy. There's a reason. Like, there's a reason you have ears.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and not to mention that scene also is like he becomes like Galloway literally just exposits like to the audience and to the military. It's like, oh, what do we know so far? That NB1, aka Megatron, is resting in pieces in the Laurentian abyss, and we also know that you guys have a remaining Allspark shard hidden away locked up in a room in one of your secret bases. As Soundwave is listening in, it's like, oh yeah, if Soundwave didn't get access to that satellite when he was making that speech, the Decepticons would be like, well, shit, what do we do now?
Yeah.
God, that scene could practically be like a gold mine for issues, and it just named like 2 big ones right there. Where
exactly.
And they're not even addressing it. It's the most baffling thing ever. Like, this movie's been around for like a decade and a half to be critiqued, to be analyzed, to be dissected. Like, and I'm doing more of a dissection of this movie right now, just saying this right on the fly.
This is a fish in a transparent barrel, and this is a fish in a transparent barrel, and you have an orbital strike on you. Use it. How are you missing this?
Yeah, it's like, hello. Transformers more than meets the eye.
Yeah, apparently Transformers critics are even more that. Except they can't even see. Except they can't even use those eyes.
Yeah, they can't. Especially when the fucking movie's like right in front of them. It's like you have the movie.
You have no like. This is far from the worst Transformers critique. You have no idea how many people I've seen are scraping the bottom of the barrel to call TF1 bad. You have no idea how many people are scraping at the bottom of the barrel to do that. But
IGN.
I'm not even talking about IGN. There are takes on that movie that are 1,000 times worse than IGN.
You should send them to me.
The majority, I'll send you a few of the screenshots that my friend has. Jesus.
Yeah, send them me through the Discord. I'm curious.
When the stream's done, I'll send them to you. Remind me.
I'm more really curious. I'm not gonna focus on them this month. This one just kind of came up. I don't know. Gives barrel full of fish, shoots floor.
Exactly.
The Animus, always with the zingers. Love it.
I thank you very much for giving us that fish in a barrel analogy, because that has been put to very good use.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Hop back in.
Yeah. Let's keep it going. We're getting there, folks. Getting to the end.
Not that I'm trying to make excuses for them at all. And I ain't making excuses at all for this. I'm just gonna say, at least I think even they knew that this is too foolish for them. So they tried to give them a heroic moment, at least one of them a heroic moment, which started out foolish.
Kung Fu Grip, boy! Kung Fu Grip!
He did. He got so ate.
He got so ate. He dead. You know, he got so ate.
Oh,
he got ate up. He dead.
He got so ate.
Boy, they talking like black stereotypes from 1930s movies.
Yeah, like sharecroppers.
Yeah.
Nobody messes with the twins.
And nobody messes with the twins. And even that had to end stupid. Like, we couldn't leave it right there.
Oh, man. You shot me in the face.
Gold teeth had to fall out. That gold tooth had to fall out.
Yeah, it was like, okay, they've been goofy, but hey, they're actually doing something. When chips are down, they come through. The heroes.
So Tom Kenny, who, for all his work, Tom Kenny really is a very nice guy. I said this yesterday when we were doing the show, because I did an interview with him.
Yeah.
And he was, man, nicest person in the world. I mean, he went a long time.
I will say
afterwards to make.
I will say it is pretty cool of them to actually have interviewed Tom Kenny.
Yeah,
it was pretty cool.
Wait, they did?
So yeah, they did. So he's actually going to pull up Corey here is actually going to pull up the clip of his interview with Tom Kenny, and I think it's going to be in relation to Revenge of the Fallen. So,
that's cool.
Yeah, so we'll take a listen, and
recommendations for vinyl. And,
nice.
Yeah. What was it? Sharecropper's Diddy that he
he called back to apologize for Transformers.
Very nice guy, and his whole thing was that, I was doing the voices with the assumption that they weren't going to use these. If I remember, I think that's what he said. The controversy was it was two stereotypical ghetto characters, and they were being voiced by a white person. After all of that has been said, I don't. How are you? Oh, I thought you were about to get up and leave. How are you? How do you feel about that situation, and how do you feel about those characters?
The understanding was kind of that those voices would be replaced later, and we were kind of just placeholders. I'm like, this isn't real, right? Like, we're just laying this down for the animators or whatever, and so that was probably my bad for not vetting that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's pretty tough. That was pretty. Yeah. Good. Yeah. That's a big win for Double Toasted there, where it's like, they literally were able to speak with Tom Kenny got some insight from him, and
this is also a perfect example of context affecting criticism.
Yeah.
Like Dr. Lockdown said, there's a context for everything.
Yeah, if you would like, maybe just kind of like give a little bit of elaboration on it for the viewers at home here.
Like, to anyone, by that I mean to anyone who blames Tom Kenny for this kind of stuff, for like how Skids and Mudflap were done, which even before this I questioned how. this, or like, actually, no, that's not the right lead for it. In a general sense, when it comes to criticism, someone needs to look at the context surrounding a piece of media, even if it's just one scene or a character portrayal in this context, in order to understand, and that might clarify some of the problems that someone might have. That the problem here was not Kenny's fault for doing the voice; it was Bay's fault for using his voice in that manner.
Yeah, that's kind of it's like Michael Bay did make the ultimate choice to, did make have the final say on using that voice, or at least that style of voice, and I would not. I don't fault Tom Kenny for even a little bit for what's being like, that was not my best work, and I really wish that he didn't pick that. He had the voice actor on call and didn't ask him if he dropped the N button. Well, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. I think it would be really weird if he would said it, asked him like that explicitly. But like, let's just say, I think that'd be real. It's supposed to be like an interview with them. It's supposed to be like, I don't know. That would just I think they would just try to find a way around, just be like, so were you intending on Skids being like this? Like, and, but I don't.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Really, should we continue?
But it's funny.
They got tricked.
So here's another interesting thing about Mudflaps and Skids, or Mudflap and Skids, whatever the name of them. So somebody else was considered to be those characters, and probably doing both voices for them. And it's funny because this person, you wouldn't expect it from them, but even they knew that this was some bullshit, and they said, "Hell no."
Get close to that microphone. I don't want to miss a word.
He has a laptop with
Beetlejuice from Howard Stern. Even Beetlejuice knew this was bullshit.
Man, I'm good.
Beetlejuice said, "No, hell no."
When he gets out, and he says, "Hey, Beat, man, I'm a big fan. Great to meet you."
This is Michael Bay approaching Beetlejuice.
Yeah,
he saw Beetlejuice at a hotel. They had a laptop with the two characters on there, and say, "Hey, Beat, what do you think about doing these voices right here?"
So he goes, "Check this out, man. I'm a big fan." He goes, "Yeah, good for you." Beetle says to him,
"Wow,
good for you." He goes, "Yeah, I want you to see this. You got a great voice. I love your voice. Check it. Yeah, that ain't got nothing to do with me, pal."
Yeah.
And you knew there were millions of dollars on the line, and you still did that.
The money ain't no but garbage.
Right.
Even he said, "That's some bullshit. I'm not doing that."
So according to Tom Kenny, those characters are wiggers.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how Michael Bay presented that. I highly doubt that. Maybe that's what he said to Reno.
Yeah.
So, he ain't said that to Tom.
So yeah, he probably didn't state it that way, but that's what they are.
Gist of it,
That's the way I saw it.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll tell you this. Points for.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating. Just kind of hearing how those characters were conceived. Yeah. I don't really have a whole, not much else to really say other than that, really. Just like quite interesting.
For the movie trying to stay true to some characters and from the show, from the movies, I say movie comics and whatnot. I'm talking about the original movie. I ain't talking about these movies. Yeah. Megatron, of course, we haven't talked about Megatron, who's not in the movie all that much, really.
Yeah, Optimus Prime isn't even in the movie all that much.
He sure isn't. But when they do bring in Megatron and another favorite, Starscream, they'll say the truth to their characters, because Megatron is still treating Starscream like a bitch.
I can't even rely on you. What a simple fact.
Like, that's one thing I give the movie. Like Starscream ain't never caught a beat down like that in the cartoon.
You ever do him like that?
No, he just kind of berated him and then killed him one time. But now he never stumped his ass.
No, he never stomped him out like a bitch like that in front of everybody.
No, and I also think that there's some good fight scenes in here. The scene where they kill Optimus Prime.
Yeah, I will say that I pretty much really liked how, even though Starscream's voice in this film isn't quite consistent with how it was in the first film, I definitely appreciate that we got a little more of this dynamic between Megatron and Starscream that we didn't get that much of in the first film. They at least kind of showed that a bit.
Yeah, the iconic traitorous versus Master beating the snot out of him.
Yeah, pretty much. And Starscream be like, "No, please don't."
No, mercy.
Yeah, I do want to say it's a bit of a funny little flub there that I'd never really noticed until someone may have pointed out. But they're supposed to be in New York City, but the shot where they're on that building, apparently that's LA. That's the cityscape,
Maybe.
Which makes you wonder, like, you're rendering this in CG. You're telling me you couldn't render, and you even, like, did a little bit of filming in New York City. You're telling me you couldn't get a shot of, like, that similar looking building in New York where they're out there? It's weird.
They always shoot LA for New York.
Yeah, that's kind of thing. Hold on. Something come up. I'll be back in a few. So,
all right.
I'll try to be quick.
So, Project Nemesis. So, Project Nemesis is a really damn good book. Like, oh my goodness, it is, and a big part of that is the characterization, the characters within it, and how it handles the characterization of both its human cast and its monster cast. Specifically, touching on the monster, the monster is, there are multiple sequences in the book where it focuses entirely from the monster's perspective, giving us a glimpse into the character's head. There are 3 in specific. One of them being when we first learn, when giving us a hint at who she is. The second time, giving us a bit more character insight, and a third time is during the climax, which colors the very, very end of that climactic sequence, as well as those in specific character moments, giving us a very good idea of giving that climactic moment catharsis. Look, I had to do it since C. Animus wasn't here. Well, he's not in. Animus, are you still in the chat? If you're reading this, if you're hearing this,
okay, I'm back. What did I miss?
You missed my TED talk about Project Nemesis.
Since
Animus isn't in the call, someone had to do it.
About
talking about an upcoming subject of theirs and just rambling about that. I rewatched the EFAP column stream and I just thought, oh, okay.
Nice. Anyways,
did anyone catch that stream Zim did where I was there and he left for like a quick second, and I just rambled on about how Zim secretly likes 98.
Was it a recent one? Because I think I remember something like that.
I think it was a recent one. I think it was the game one.
That's right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was on and off with that one, but rewatching it, yeah, I remember that.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was there. It's Animus. If you're in the chat, you're pretty much going to be coming on to Monday night stream here for the Dark Universe pitch thing.
I'll probably listen in.
Okay, so you don't have a pitch, so you don't got a pitch or just a.
No, and I also have class that night.
Oh, okay. How about you, Vic?
For what?
So Monday night, I'm pretty much hosting a stream where we would be pitching like ideas for a modern Universal Monsters universe. Pretty much, like kind of like Dracula, Frankenstein, Wolfman, Creature from Black Lagoon, Invisible Man. And it could either be like a whole a whole universe, like from the from the ground up, or it could be spun off from like a previously existing continuity. Like I first want to make it say like, oh hey, this is what I would think I would do with this universe if I do with that continuity of either like the Van Helsing movie with Hugh Jackman or like 2010 Wolfman or 2017 Mummy, like where you would take like a universe of Universal Monsters spinning off from those going forward, or if you were to just like come up with something whole, like a whole new universe from the ground up. So
Yeah, I might come on, depending on what time it is. You said Monday night?
Yeah, Monday night. I'm shooting for it to be at 6 p.m. That's pretty much
PST, so that's 3 o'clock for me.
Dang. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the latest. Well, not the late. That's pretty much the earliest that I could do because I kind of work that day, but I would be able to have that stream started like when I get back from work.
Yeah.
That day. So
yeah.
I might see if I can
Monday,
catch it.
All right.
Yeah, because Monday for me, I have class from 12 to 3 and 4 to 7. So I'll probably just listen in, maybe be in the chat while I'm doing stuff.
Okay. All right. Anyways, all right. Let's continue.
Yeah, there's a few more to go.
That's still kind of cool with me. So that's one of the things they can do with the robots. They can get on there and just rip each other apart, and kill each other in all kind of graphic ways. And that's why I like this fight scene too.
Yeah. 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 That is the first fight. There we go.
Not here. It's just Sam is hot like.
I will say the yeah, I would say like the only issue that I would say as far as like how this scene plays out is like Optimus just kind of like I know that he's like exhausted and all that, but he kind of just stops and like lets his guard down, to like try to wonder where Sam is at, despite knowing that despite knowing that there's 2 other Decepticons that he didn't tear the faces of.
Yeah,
that's just it's just so that Megatron could get the win and sneak up on him and kill him. That's kind of what I definitely would have changed that a bit, like have it where Optimus was in the middle of a fight with Megatron and Megatron, kind of just takes advantage of Optimus being fatigued from all the damage and beatings that he's kind of been dealt with, and and then just stabs him like that.
Yeah, finishes him off right then and there.
Yeah, there's definitely things I would have changed in that fight in terms of the events play out, at least by the end of that. But other than that, I don't really have any problems. Like it's an awesome action sequence.
Yeah. If there's one thing the Bayverse movies got right, it's the action.
Oh yes.
Ain't going over there.
That's sad. I'm gonna stay right here.
He got it. But man, so many things. Yeah. But there are so many things that show that they had no story here, man. Let me see here. They got they just got random stuff in here, man. They got Jetfire. Jetfire is remember we talked about this back in the day. Jetfire is an old Autobot. He used to be a Decepticon. He decided to switch sides once he saw the bad ways of the Decepticons and how evil they are. Except the thing is, so he's old, but there's a lot of things kind of confusing with this. So one, he's old, but he's older than the jet model that he transforms into.
Little spinal cord based organisms. That Ray Winstone or something?
I don't know who that is. Who is that? Because shit, for a moment I thought it was Idris Elba, but I'm sure that's not him. But yeah, somebody says he British, and I'm like, yeah. So why is he British? First of all, he's not. I don't think he's a British aircraft or jet.
Right.
I don't. It would make sense if he was a British vehicle or plane or something, but I don't think he is. Unless I'm wrong, I don't know. Aircrafts too well. But the other thing is, why is he walking on a K? You know what I mean?
Because he's old.
Yeah, but he's
listen. Why are they doing anything?
Except Mark Ryan is what somebody said.
Ryan.
I'm getting two different things here. Somebody said
Mark
Greg
Ryan.
Berger,
God damn it!
It's his name is Greg Berger.
Okay,
who did the voice?
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah, I don't know him.
Probably just the voice
actor.
Here, pause it for a
things
sec.
get even crazy. We're almost back.
Okay, so they're just. I've always remembered that. Here's the thing. I always remember that Jetfire was voiced by Mark Ryan in Revenge of the Fallen, because Mark Ryan also voiced Lockdown in Age of Extinction. And when you kind of listen to the voices, Lockdown's voice in Age of Extinction, there's like slightly similar cadences to how Jetfire speaks in Revenge of the Fallen. Like if you kind of listen in a bit, you can notice it. Let me just see. It makes me wonder, like, if they were saying that Greg Berger voiced Jetfire in the Revenge of the Fallen game. I think that might. Let me confirm that. All right, give me a second. Revenge of the Fallen movie. Mark Ryan as Jetfire. Yeah, in the movie. So now let's pull up the game. Revenge of the Fallen, the game. Give me a second. Game. Here we go. And just give me a second, folks. Pulling up for the game right now. Trying to see. Okay. Okay, here we go. I don't see anything about Greg Berger voicing Jetfire in either Revenge of the Fallen, the movie, or the game based on the movie. So I'm not sure where someone's getting that from, because it's Mark Ryan that voices Jetfire in the movie, while he voices Bumblebee in the video game version of Revenge of the Fallen, which is quite interesting. Yeah, and Mark Ryan actually voiced Bumblebee at the end of the first movie, the first 2007 film. So that's interesting. I'm pretty much curious, like I'm curious, like where someone would get that from. I mean, it's possible they may have gotten it from like War for Cybertron or something. It could be wrong, but hold on a sec. That's why don't we confirm it? So, might as well. Why not? Let's do some, just kind of leave no stone unturned.
What's another tangent?
Yeah, a little bit of it. Well, I mean, it's a tangent that's tangentially related to this, but yeah, it kind of gives me, gives us a little, gives us an excuse to kind of, pause the video, kind of make sure that we're not farming content to make it so that we're at least like not like, just using the video, just playing the video, just outright, not even like pausing it all that much. So I kind of want to pause it just for a bit. Let me see. Let me just pull up Great Burger then. Hold on. Yeah, because I'm not really. Okay. Right. Yeah, I'm the voice actor, pretty much. So. Okay. Okay, here we go. Great Burger filmography. Give me a sec. Okay, he voices. All right, here we go. Greg Berger He voiced a Grimlock in the G1 cartoon in the movie.
My boy.
In the G. Yeah, yeah. So it's interesting that that's where they got that from. That they say like, oh yeah, Jetfire and Revenge of the Fallen is voiced by Greg Berger. It's like, no. I mean, he voiced Skyfire in the G1 cartoon as well as Grimlock, but
Skyfire is technically Jetfire.
yeah. So again, that's where they got that from, maybe. But yeah, he did not voice Jetfire in Revenge of the Fallen. Like, in fact, there is like no credit of him doing any voice work in Revenge of the Fallen at all. So that's interesting. All right. Yeah. So end of research. So there you go.
Right.
Almost about to wrap this up, y'all. Things get crazier when we have Jetfire. So things have been so confusing and all over the place. And Jetfire comes in and does because he's got a projector in him too. So he comes in to give us a little exposition and explain things, and it just makes it worse.
The only way to activate it is with a legendary key called the Matrix.
We just learned about this Matrix, and the movie's been more than halfway off.
Right.
Like now you come in with some new shit when we ain't even know what's going on with this other stuff.
Of leadership.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
no choice but to.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty far into the movie, and it's like, yeah, now they just like throwing this MacGuffin in here, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Steal and hide it from
So Lord of the Rings is what we're saying.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I mean, as long as we're stealing from movies,
Right.
Lord of the Rings is fair game. Let's take
Exactly.
that. It's funny. It got to this part, and I was like, "Oh, the leadership matrix and the primes. This is from Transformers 1, and now it all connects." And then the more they talked, I was like, "No, they don't. There's two separate things."
No, that make no sense. Even the way they hide it, like they just formed in the rocks.
Yeah,
made of their very own body. A tomb we cannot find
because it's stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, turn that shit off.
Yeah, just transform the rocks and die.
No, they just no.
So the end of this movie.
No, I mean, it's not the clearest thing in the world, but they didn't turn into rocks. They pretty much had, like, something happened where they sort of blew up, or not even blow up. They just like something weird magic shit happens that causes them to die in a big explosion, big beam of light, and it causes like the rocks surrounding them to kind of cave in onto them. So that's pretty much what it is. They didn't. Yeah, it's weird. Don't get me wrong, and there's definitely like logistical problems of like why it took like the Fallen had like this many years, like thousands of years, to look for the Matrix. What were they doing this whole time? It's like he knows it's I don't. There's a lot of problems with it when you think about the lore in this movie. When Yeah,
and that's just the first of the major canonical the major canonical acts of terrorism that this film creates.
Yeah.
Well, okay, let me rephrase. That's just the first of the major acts of terrorism these movies create on their own canon.
Yeah, it's only the beginning.
And arguably the most tame.
Arguably the most tame, yeah. Well, Dark of the Moon, I would say, is pretty tame. If you could, like, I wouldn't even.
Yeah, no, you're right. Dark of the Moon is probably the most tame.
Yeah, Dark of the Moon is pretty tame. It makes the Decepticons' plan seem unnecessarily convoluted in retrospect, but it's not. But in terms of like, but could it make? But it pretty much makes more sense than a lot of these other revelations of the Transformer history in this Bayverse.
Mm-hmm.
Movie is completely ridiculous. I mean, at this point, they have nothing. They ain't even trying to tie things together. It's just at the end of this movie is just ridiculousness and chaos. So you have the militaries coming in because two guys said they should. Tyrese and what's his name?
Josh Duhamel.
Josh Duhamel. They just said, "Hey, we need to, like the government that says, don't y'all better leave these Autobots and robots alone. We about to kick everybody off this planet." And just because Tyrese and Josh Duhamel said, "Nah, man, we got to help them," everybody's like, "Yeah." So they go in.
Well, those are good soldiers. We should follow them.
I mean, every resource to listen to these guys. So they go to the desert. And it just, man, this is where Michael Bay just going crazy now. This is where this is his toy box right here.
Yeah.
And this is the moment. So, now it's just action. You got robots ripping each other apart.
So, like, there's definitely some logistical issues in terms of, like, how, like definitely questionable stuff about like, how, like, Lennox and Epps are able to, like, get, like, the resources they need to fly to Egypt, despite Galloway, who works for the government, just being like, would have a say on that. It would override them somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, a little bit. Like, in fact, he pretty much has sort of technically grounded them in the Autobots by this point, after the whole thing of the Fallen kind of making his presence known, where it's like, guys, the secret is out. Like, everybody now knows that there's giant robots existing. So you're living amongst them. There's aliens out there. Like, they, like, the public know. Everybody knows. So now, and basically the world is kind of at stake. So you guys aren't not going to go anywhere. So yeah, it's just kind of, and yeah, it's just there's some logistical stuff. Like, it's kind of interesting that I also want to put it like, oh, hey, by the way, do you guys know that Jetfire is somehow able to just magically is able to teleport everybody to Egypt? Like, out of the blue. Does anyone remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised that it's weird that Double Toaster hasn't even mentioned that. Like that's the whole thing. Like, wait, Jetfire can do this? Like, like even when I first watched this movie,
what the fuck?
Even watching this movie for the first time, I was like, huh? He can do, okay, I guess he can do that. That's like that, like, so it makes you wonder, and I guess like, and the Fallen can do that as well, which by the way raises a whole lot of things of like how the Fallen like uses teleporting thing like once when he
why doesn't he do that again?
Why doesn't he just do that? Why doesn't he do that during his 1v1 fight with jet-powered Optimus, like, or why doesn't he do that when him and Megatron are trying to fight jet-powered Optimus? Why doesn't he just put a spear through Optimus's spark again while he's still trying to recover from being resurrected? Like you have the Fallen who's clearly supposed to be like this, who's shown to have like this crazy level of power. Like if he's supposed to be like only a Prime could defeat the Fallen because he's that powerful, and yet it's like no, you just like they try to make a big deal out of that, but really the Fallen just kind of becomes a total idiot by the end of the film. Like after he gets the Matrix, it's just like, I don't care no more. I got it. And then his IQ level just drops significantly. Like he just forgets he has this immense, crazy power to teleport, to telepathically lift objects up and throw them down. Like he could have given jet-powered Optimus like somewhat of a challenge, but no, it's like all he mostly does is just throw some rocks at Optimus ineffectually, and and just just barely, not even put up much of a fight, really.
Yeah.
He just gets annihilated.
No wonder he got a curb stomped.
Yeah, because the Fallen was an idiot. he had this power, he forgot that he had it.
Makuta Pterodax had better plans than this son of a gun.
Yeah, like, dude, the Fallen was more of a challenge in the Revenge of the Fallen video game. Like, he actually uses uses the powers quite well for a boss fight. Like, he was more effective as a villain in the Revenge of the Fallen game than he does in the film. Like, that's kind of
that's sad.
Strange.
That's just
really
sad.
Yeah. No wonder why people say that they prefer the game over the movie itself as part of the canon.
Yeah. And yet there are way worse villains in these movies.
Yeah.
Lord.
Corteza.
Yep.
Did you guys see that Jabby the Hong just uploaded his Transformers 1 review?
He did?
Hours ago?
No, I haven't yet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I think I have, but yeah. Let me see.
Maybe the Hong 3 hours ago. So like a little bit after we started the stream or before.
Ooh,
nice.
We're on right now.
Nice. I'll check it out.
Awesome. Sweet.
That's this.
All right.
It's a bunch of shooting at just anything. I don't even know what they're shooting at anymore.
Guys, come on, just intuition a little bit. They're shooting at the Decepticons. Who else could they be shooting at?
Yeah, they're just destroying landmarks and treasures from the dawn of civilization.
Yeah, there is no more Egypt after they're done. And here's what's funny: it is so chaotic that it's random now. Generic Transformers just start coming in. Yeah, like Decepticons that just we don't know where they come from, and they all kind of look alike. It's almost like they just copied and pasted them just so we can blow them up.
I mean, isn't that kind of? I mean, could it just be possible that there's like just Decepticons that are kind of just drones or just soldiers? Grunts, yeah. I mean.
Is that not out of the question?
How is that? Like, I don't even. Yeah, this is another one of those things. Like, yeah, this is one of those. It's another one of those points that they make where they make it seem like it's an issue, but really it's like, no, it isn't. I don't get what you're.
That whole concept has been a thing since the G1 cartoon. How the heck is that a problem?
Yeah, I mean these guys. I mean, like the Decepticon protoforms that we see in this film, they're not really too far. They're basically no different than what like a stormtrooper in Star Wars, arguably with less character than even your average stormtrooper in Star Wars, but still.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just onward, moving along. It's just.
Hope you on that Egypt tour last year.
Yeah, it'll be the same.
There goes history.
Yeah, there it is. You might want to go to Hawaii. Because they just blew up everything. And again, you're like, now it's time to go full bay.
Jesus.
This is where we just set off fireworks.
I know. And you know how many days they spent just setting up the pyrotechnics for that.
Should. Yep.
But what makes me laugh? Okay, so it's all shooting, fighting, and explosions, and a lot of running. And I don't know if I noticed it back in the day, but watching it today, I was like, there are so many scenes that are just there to have Megan Fox run so you can see her titties bounce up and down.
Yeah.
And and I was like, the first one, I was like, huh. And I was like, again?
Oh, yeah.
And again? And again?
You know what this is.
Yes.
Yeah, you know where you are. Well, I let Michael Bay go so crazy with these explosions that he blew up Sam.
Oh, oops.
Shit, man. I made it a front somersault.
Even Michael Bay, like, oops.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I'm in the clear. Thanks, Mike.
I'm in the clear. Thanks, Mike. Don't look behind you, man. Huh? Oh, shit.
Yeah, he roll Charlie around. He'll be all right.
He blew that fool up. Now, here's where it gets really crazy. And here's where this is where they just said, all right, we near the end. Just for real. Just make shit up. We don't care. We're almost done. I ain't gonna care. Hey, either you with it or you ain't. Right. If they didn't like it, they would have walked out by now.
We already got their money.
We already got that money.
For a refund.
So they really just start making up shit. So Shia LaBeouf, he dies. And you're like, wait a minute, he dies. Oh shit, that's a bold move. Well, another bold move is that he goes to robot heaven.
Oh,
that fool goes, he goes to Transformer heaven, where they tell this fool that they tell him everything you went through was bullshit because we could have put the Matrix back in Optimus Prime. He could have been up and running, and nobody had to die. He could have saved the day, but we can't do that because for what you did, you had to earn that to happen.
Here, pause it. Isn't that the Matrix of leadership? You're gonna want to have it be wielded by somebody who would be where that would kind of deserve it, that would earn it. Like that's like you can't just give the Matrix.
That's the entire point of the thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I will say it's kind of weird the way that it kind of like just dissolves in the dust in Sam's hand when he's not considered to be worthy. Let's just say, kind of like how Thor can't lift up his hammer, because he's not worthy. It'd be fun. It'd be like, how come the Matrix didn't dissolve in like the Fallen's hands when he tries to take it when he's like not worthy of it? Or better yet, better question. Or here's the thing: this unfortunately, this kind of bleeds in the Dark of the Moon as well. It's like there's like that moment when Optimus kind of offers the Matrix up to Sentinel Prime. Like, what would have happened if like this? Can you imagine like if the Matrix like suddenly like dissolved in like Sentinel's hand and Optimus be like, "What the fuck? What is Sentinel? What happened? What's going on with you? Why did that happen?" That whole mechanic is confusing. I definitely would rather that they had just had it be where the Matrix, instead of dissolving in the sand, it would just kind of be kind of a little more traditional where it just opens up and the power source kind of is in there or something like that. And I think a missed opportunity here would have been like, this was a bit of a missed opportunity. Like what would it would have been nice if imagine like if like Bumblebee was the one that kind of got shot at by Megatron trying to protect Sam, he dies. Or heck, Bumblebee could be like the one to find the Matrix, try to get hold of the Matrix, and the Matrix would obviously have to be like, would still be too big for a human to pick up and try to open. And one of the Bumblebee tries to open it up, and he can't open it. It's like oh shoot. It would be kind of like a whole, like kind of somewhat of a nod to the '86 film, but but obviously very different from it. Mm-hmm. Like kind of its own thing, Like I've always kind of humored the funny thing is, a bit of like a fanboy part of me is going like this. I've always kind of humored the possibility of Bumblebee being worthy to use the Matrix as something that could be done in a Transformers story. Like I don't know, maybe it's just me, but
yeah.
But yeah,
That's a cool idea.
Yeah, thank you. Anyways, yeah, moving right along. I mean, yeah, this part definitely kind of comes out is also one of those things of like, what, what just happened? What's happening here? I mean, not the whole thing of like, yeah, not. I mean, if it was like set up a little more properly, like this would have worked. But yeah, as it is right now, it just comes out of nowhere near the end. It's like, oh, okay. I guess this is a thing.
Like that fool actually went to light the sky to go to Transformer heaven.
He rose up out of his body.
Yeah, he rose up
like
out of his body.
Constantine.
Now the funny thing is this might just be a hallucination.
Yeah.
Sure.
He's throwing that
Yeah,
shit. from
but
his mouth.
they told this fool like all this stuff he went through. Oh, some bullshit, man. We just playing with you. Yeah, you had to pass some tests, and you did all right.
And always has been your destiny.
I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You could have done this.
Yeah, what?
You could have done this the whole time. Fuck y'all,
man,
man.
let me go back
Yeah.
home, man. Come on now.
Yeah.
Well, Wizard of Oz.
Yeah,
I know.
I can tell you afterwards.
I mean, we're joking, but really at this point, would it have surprised anybody one of them robots did transform into Jesus and actually rolled away? Roll out. Jesus, roll out. And transformed into Jesus, talking about keep.
My son.
Yeah. So now he went through all this dumb shit for pretty much nothing. They went and said, all right, go ahead and take the Matrix. The Matrix is the thing that's going to reignite Optimus, because of course he was dead earlier. Now Optimus Prime comes back, but he's still apparently not good enough, even though he got the most powerful thing in the movie.
Right.
Yeah, apparently
the
that's
leadership matrix, and he came back like, all right, now I'm gonna sell everybody's hash, and anyway.
Yeah, like he died. He's been dead for some time, and he's like trying to it's seconds after he's been booted up. Like he's gonna need a Momo, okay? Like even a giant robot, like if something like that happened, he need to recalibrate a little bit, Like, come on. This is just slow hanging. Like this is just not It's like. This is just like not even like a valid point. It's just like, guys, come on.
Give him some slack, damn it.
Yeah, just cut some slack, guys. Come on. Like, you don't have to nitpick at every this isn't even like a valid nitpick, really. I don't. We're almost done.
You ain't ready yet. And so my man Jetfire says, you know what? I'm old and I ain't shit anyway. So go, even though he's been putting in some work in the movie, but he says, I ain't really never done anything in my life. So he says, you know what?
You've been the MVP. What are you talking about?
He really have been. So he says, you know what? I'm just gonna kill myself. I'm gonna gut myself and just go ahead and take my parts and just use it to upgrade.
I remember this scene was something that was also talked about on Twitter like a little while ago.
Let's roll.
So fool upgrades into a jetpack.
Now he can fly.
Yeah, and he flies right over to that pyramid that's over there that will destroy the sun and knocks.
I've always thought that the whole jet-powered Prime thing was pretty cool because I watched Transformers Armada. Like that was kind of the Transformers that I was first introduced to when I was a kid. So I was like, oh hey, oh cool, Armada.
For me it was Prime, which had that very similar thing.
Yeah, but that being said, I mean, if you're somebody who pretty much doesn't even have any context of anything Transformers other than the Michael Bay films, I could kind of understand why this would just be like a what moment. Granted, I can understand a lot of moments in this film being like a what moment, and this probably wouldn't even but this probably wouldn't even rank that high of the most what moment in this film, but still.
Yeah.
At least there's like a mechanical thing to it where it's like, oh yeah, like, you know, like Jolt kind of has like some tech that could give Optimus some boost, pretty much. You know, like, you know, take some parts from another Transformer and implement it onto a one that kind of could use them for the fight. But yeah.
Knocks the shit out the fallen.
I got some,
New and improved.
Forgot about me, didn't you?
Yeah. And now when he knocks his ass off that pyramid and gets him on the ground, he beats his ass. Your face.
Oh, that's good. You trying to run, too?
He trying to get out of there.
Where the fuck you think you going?
All right, bitch, we're playing.
No, we ain't done yet. We ain't done
He
yet.
kind of gave him the Omni-Man. Didn't he stick his fist straight through it? Man, that line, I rise, you fall. It's like,
shut up.
Try again. Somebody write something, please.
It's like this. Would you rather me say the N-word again?
All right.
We're doing this again? God, don't bring that joke back again from like 3 hours ago. Don't do that.
Please don't.
No.
It's gotten old 3 hours ago. Please stop.
Also, okay. A little more positive note. It's like, come on, like, give me your face. Like, I mean, for a bit, still probably one of the most metal things Optimus does in anything ever.
Out of character, absolutely. Awesome as fuck? Oh, absolutely.
It's like, is it like Optimus as we would know him? Not really, but is like, but is it still a badass Optimus moment? We're like, yes.
Yeah, and to anyone saying it isn't, you're kidding yourself.
Again, nostalgia speaking here. You know, and clearly there's a bit of a bias on my end here, but yeah, I do like me some brutal Optimus.
Like a lot of, it's important to keep the kind aspects of the character, but it's also Optimus can be a bit of a badass at times, even in the G1 show.
Yeah, I mean, war's hell, you know, like Optimus is, you know, it would be nice if Optimus would be like, I don't want to do this pretty much, but, you know, but then again, that would kind of lend to Optimus not doing as over the top of like kills as what we see here. So,
I mean, Rise of the Beast kind of goes that route of the broken hero, which I think is a really good interpretation. And that's part of the reason why I'm so defensive of that version.
I'm going to take back Scourge's key and then take off his head.
Yeah.
Why does my Optimus sound like he's from the South or something?
I don't know.
I don't know. He's mixed with like the prospector from Toy Story 2 or something. I don't know.
Yes.
I rise, you fall.
So yeah, he kills them, as you can see, which means that, you know, at this point now where all the humans, you know, they all smile at each other.
They've won.
Yeah, they won, and Sam and Michaela are kissing because they won. He literally died. He literally died so that the world could be saved.
Exactly.
How is this a problem? Or how could this be something to make fun of? Fuck it. We're almost fucking. I don't even care anymore.
We're almost there.
About to get laid, you know, right now in the sunset. So,
she got a sister.
We at the end, but you know, we can't end this. We can't end it with what?
I'm saying without what?
a speech. One of them prime Optimus Prime speeches.
Our races united by a history long forgotten. And a future.
Sam just jumps into the water.
Yeah, keep doing this.
I can't listen to this shit.
I don't want to hear this shit. You ain't saying nothing.
Also, you dropped your ice cream cone.
No, you ain't saying a damn thing. You're in this movie, man.
And it's over. And it unceremoniously it ends.
And they should cue Linkin Park.
Well, I mean, granted that I wouldn't want the stream to get taken down just by having Linkin Park play.
I know.
Yeah.
I just figured I may as well make that.
Yeah. So, we made it.
Well,
That
was certainly one of the streams of all time.
That was one of the Transformer 2 videos of all time for sure. It was it was a video on Revenge of the Fallen.
Yeah.
Kind of a showcasing how even a negative review on it's like no, I mean we can agree that Revenge of the Fallen is not a good movie, but how it's a bad movie, like we could come to one conclusion, such as, you know, the plot not really holding up on a mechanical level, like aspects just kind of happening just so we can move the plot forward, or the humor not being all that great. And other times you get videos like this where they kind of touch on that. Well, they touch on the comedy being bad more than anything, rather than plot details. But then they would just kind of lean into like just taking the piss, like I said, take the piss out of this film and not really just even kind of misrepresenting it.
Not exactly giving it the best chance.
No, it's like you gotta at least give the film like something, you know, like I know it's hard to say, it's hard to do that for this movie, I granted, but you gotta at least at least have a little bit of good faith in it. Like, it's just because otherwise you're gonna say stuff like what would be, what's like an example, like somehow mistaking Skid saying "let go" for something else entirely. That's not even
or for other streams. So she went from South America to China.
Well, that's even. Well, no, that would be. Well, I mean, yeah, that one's probably just as bad. I'm trying. I don't know which one's worse.
Still haunts me.
That's that haunts. Yeah, that. Yeah, the thing about this video, it's a bad video, not because it trashes Revenge of the Fallen, but rather it's like you could have like the correct answer, generally speaking, but when you show if you show your work and your work is like an absolute like mess, you'd still get a bad grade, because like I don't even know how you got from A to B, pretty much, because like the path to B doesn't make any sense, and that's kind of what this is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can agree that the comic, that Skids and Mudflap, they're kind of cringe, you know, and we can agree that there's aspects of the plot that don't hold up to scrutiny all that well, but then but it's kind of like they even contradict like their own criticisms towards aspects like the Transformer designs in this, where they pretty much just lambaste the designs of the Transformers until we get to Devastator, like, oh yeah, well that's pretty cool despite all that. It's like, it's at this point, stick to one or the other. It's all or nothing at this point. Like, either trash that equally, pick a lane, or just be like, yeah, I don't like these designs, but I could see but they're kind of neat. You know, there's a lot of detail to them. They look cool. They look cool for what they're going for. It's just not my cup of tea. Like, just go with that route if you're, be consistent one way or another. That's kind of the thing.
Yeah.
And yeah,
just don't do double standards. For goodness sake, don't do double standards.
yeah, don't throw that. That's not even good. Well, I guess that's kind of the lesson to be learned here from regarding this video, pretty much, as well as Revenge of the Fallen. So
Yeah.
yeah, and I guess we'll just kind of start closing the stream out. Thanks for coming on, guys.
Thank you for inviting us.
Awesome. Thank you, Vic, for providing us the sort of screen share thing for it. It definitely definitely lends to, like, being able to make our points properly when we actually see what we're looking at, as opposed to just listening to the audio, but yeah. So what do you guys got going on as far as, like, any plugs or what have you before we close?
Well, you could find me at Minecraft World 1954 on YouTube. That's my @ or just Minecraft World, where I post kaiju and versus related content, with mainly focusing on kaiju with this upcoming point. And for upcoming projects in that regard, my One Monstrous Moment, which I'm very, very excited to talk about, especially since this year this feels like a necessity. As well as, I alluded to it earlier in the stream, my Project Nemesis video essay, which I have been working very hard on, though I struggling with time management. Yeah, and then you can also find me on Instagram and Kara, where I post artworks and concepts for a Greek mythology inspired kaiju story, as well as I've been developing a Godzilla AU that I've been working on, so you can see some of the stuff there. And yeah, go read Project Nemesis, go watch the Gamma movies, go watch Ultraman Rising, go watch The Owl House, go watch Transformers 1, please, the movie needs the money, and it's just a really damn good film. And go watch The Wild Robot as well, because I'm planning to see that one soon. Yeah, Team Up deserve better, and take care. Peace.
Awesome.
I'm gonna be doing some more YouTube stuff, hopefully in the upcoming month or so. Maybe some vlog type stuff, since it'll be related to the Godzilla 70th anniversary coming up, because there's gonna be like a pop-up shop in Little Tokyo that's local to me. So hopefully I'll be able to do stuff with that. Hopefully also as well, maybe in a little bit of more official capacity, because hopefully I'll be able to get like a job working there too, since I did apply for that. Still waiting on word back, but either way, I'm gonna be covering that hopefully soon.
Cool. Awesome. And this has been your host, the Sea Monster. Here on this channel, I pretty much host Sea Monster Live, these particular streams here, like this one. So Monday night at 6 p.m., unless stated otherwise, I will be hosting a stream where me and some guests come in and pitch ideas for a Universal Monsters universe or dark universe. What we would like to do with characters like Dracula, Frankenstein, the Mummy, Invisible Man, Creature Black Lagoon, Wolfman, Bride of Frankenstein, Phantom of the Opera, all those good folks, how we would do like a sort of universe, either built directly from the ground up, from ground zero to onward, or kind of like spin it off from any pre-existing continuity. It could just stem from either a continuity from stuff like the Wolfman 2010 or Dracula Untold or the Mummy 2017 or Van Helsing, or even the older films, the old films from the 30s and 40s. yeah, just pretty much anything. So I pretty much welcome one and all. Or any ideas that they want to come on the stream and discuss, or bring their pitches. That would sound pretty fun. As far as like videos of my own, I am still currently working on my Renfield and Last Voyage of Demeter video, which should be done pretty soon. I'm definitely working, definitely trying to find as much time as I can, setting, to work on it, when I'm not fatigued from work and all that stuff. As far as like my own one monstrous moment sort of thing, I kind of have been workshopping that for a bit, and near as I can tell, I don't think I'm going to be able to have it be like a video, but rather just kind of a stream on what would be dedicated to probably one of the best, what I would consider to be one of the best entries in the franchise thus far. So that would probably have to be my one monstrous moment. It pretty much won't be it's not going to be a regular video, unfortunately, but yeah, I think it might actually be like a discussion stream on like Godzilla -1 actually. So basically on the day or even the day before one monstrous moment is due, that would be my 770 edition thing, I guess. From the looks of things. But yeah, that's kind of what I got going on so far. Yeah, and yeah, as far as like any recommendations for me, yeah, go watch Transformers 1. It's a great movie. Highly recommend it. Go watch Dune Part 2. It's really good. Really good sequel. I mean, I'm just kind of naming stuff off the top of my head. Go watch Godzilla -1. It's also great. Don't go see Joker Folie à Deux. That movie is a colossal pile of shit. Don't even entertain seeing it. Let that one die. Go see Transformers 1 instead. Like it would be the best like decision for a movie going decision that you make in your life. If you ask me. But yeah, regardless of where that would go. And I guess if you're curious, I mean, maybe watch Revenge of the Fallen, just like it can't be any worse than how Double Toasted actually tried to pitch it as, at least. It's like, I mean, it's not good, but I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, once again, thank you all for coming on, and yeah, good night, folks.
Take care.
Peace.
So